Here we go. Okay, the September 7th, 2016 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink, you may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002. And some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box, you may view this meeting on digital channel 69.9. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV, great programming, by the way, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit at the rear of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please be sure to check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk up front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk up front. If you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Reverend Robert Fowler, Victory Baptist Church, and remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance. Good morning. Thank you for doing this every time.
Yeah, thank you. Eternal God and Heavenly Father, we thank you this morning for the privilege that we have of being able to be here today. We're certainly grateful to you for the measure of health and strength that we possess and the fact that you allowed us to rise this morning with all of our faculties together. Thank you that we were able to get up today, put our own clothes on in our own homes, and we're grateful to you for providing that for us. Thank you for this wonderful city that you've given us the gracious privilege of being able to live in, and for those that are here in this council who serve over this city as the city council. We thank you for them as well as for their families. In our meeting today, there are a plethora of decisions that need to be made. Some of the decisions are economic in nature, some of them are ethical in nature, some of them are energy directed. We pray, Father, that as we make decisions today, that they would benefit our city and not burden our city. We pray for the knowledge to know all of the facts that are necessary to know, and the wisdom to apply that knowledge in such a way that it'll bring peace to our city and prosperity to our citizens. Again, we love you. We thank you. We pray for your presence to abide with us. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll now proceed with our ceremonial.
Morning, everyone. Wow. We have given excuse to Councilwoman Tarkanian, who has had her foot operated on. We wish you well if you're spending your morning with us watching television with a good cup of coffee or tea. Cup of coffee is not to bring any drink into chambers. All right, so we're a quorum. Now we are really ready. Okay, for our first item, we have a very special presentation to a great representative of Las Vegas Valley, Councilman Beers.
Well, thank you, Your Honor. Connor, would you come up, please? We have a really cool thing here.
Thank you. Nice to meet you guys.
At age 14, Connor Fields set an astounding goal. He wrote on the wall of his parents' garage in Henderson that one day I will become an Olympic champion. The London Summer Olympics in 2012, finished first in 2 semifinal events. 19-year-old then fell in the finals, finished 7th. Crushing blow. But kid gets himself up, brushes himself off, and here he is down in Rio. And let's see, 34.6 seconds. A motocross bike with wings. And this now 23-year-old won a gold medal. So you've probably seen him on TV. He's been a real popular cat around the valley this week and last. So we wanted to give our dibs in. He lives in Henderson, grew up in Henderson, and they've already given him a key to the city there, so we can't do that. We do have a welcome to Las Vegas sign.
Oh, you like it. Wait, you're not done.
And there's more, yeah. And then since you're amassing this large collection of keys, we figured it would be redundant to give you a key to the city, so we're going to be giving you a key ring. A certified Las Vegas keychain, 2 of them, one for all your keys. And we just wanted to bring you down here and make a little fun of you. And thank you for representing Southern Nevada so well and for what you do. It's rather amazing. You want to give us some words? Please, yeah.
The thing that's been really cool of this whole experience is just the support I felt before going down there. And then when I got back, it's just been amazing. You know, people don't always equate Las Vegas with excelling in sports. We just got our first sports franchise, and hopefully that is changing. But it's just been great to be welcomed back with such open arms, and all the support I've been getting around the valley has been great. I've traveled all around the world, and I always look forward to coming home. I love Las Vegas. It's where I'm from, and I hope it's home for a long time.
We do too. We do too. Yeah. So here, tell us where we're going. Where we're going next. Yeah.
We're going to Tokyo.
All right. Going to Tokyo. I've seen the ride on TV, and I'm pretty sure I could have done it in 2 minutes myself. At any rate, today, September 7th, is Connor Fields Day in the city of Las Vegas. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Geez, you need an extra hand for your swag? I should be good. I think I can manage.
Thank you.
Really, it was a very exciting time for us in the city as we learned of his wonderful achievement there. And Connor, I have to tell you, as soon as Mayor Hafen stepped to the plate and grabbed you, we wanted to be ahead of Henderson, at which point we were going to do our key and our other proclamation. But he came forward, and we love Andy Hafen and we love Henderson. So out of deference, it wasn't. So we thought we'd just make it light today, but in truth, we really are proud of you. And you're setting a standard. So many people love to bike, and so many young people love BMX, love off-roading, love everything that's athletic. And you really have set an opportunity for children and students and young people to achieve at the highest level. And for anybody who has never seen one of those medals, it is heavy and it is real. Would fill a lot of, in the old days, of teeth. That's what they used to do with the gold. Anyway, Connor, congratulations. We look forward to your continued successes, and we're so proud of you. Just know everybody in Las Vegas, all Southern Nevada, is so proud of you. Congratulations to you. And I'm assuming at 22 you're not married, but I know you have a lovely girlfriend from Coronado, former valedictorian. See, I pay attention. Please stand up. Valedictorian Coronado. So we are so proud of you. Does she get to travel to Japan?
She'll go to Japan. She didn't go to Rio. My dad went to
Dad, up. Please stand up, Dad. We know how many times you drove him everywhere you drove him, and your encouragement. It's wonderful. Do you have more athletes at home? Is he it? Oh, see. Beautiful. Congratulations to you. We're proud. Okay, for our next item, Councilman Anthony. You have citizen. Councilman Anthony looks very healthy. He has been far away visiting family. Where?
In Cyprus. There's really nothing to do there except lay on the beach and eat and drink. So that's what I did. I laid on the beach and ate and drank. Thank you, Mayor. Every month, each one of us up here get to recognize an outstanding citizen in our community that has kind of gone above and beyond the call of duty. And Councilwoman Tarkanian has recognized this month's Citizen of the Month. She was not able to be here today, so she asked me to recognize this individual. And she has nominated an individual by the name of Robert Mayer to be Citizen of the Month. Robert, why don't you come on up here? The City of Las Vegas Citizen of the Month. And it's actually pretty ironic because I just recognized Bob about a month ago with the Fuel of Success program as his involvement in that, so it's good to have you back. Bob is a former police officer from Evanston, Illinois, where he retired after 25 years at the rank of lieutenant. Doesn't say this in here, but he escaped Illinois, came to the great state of Nevada, where he was hired in June of 2010 by the Clark County School District as a campus police officer. Bob's previous experience with the Detective Bureau, Gangs and Narcotics Bureau, and the Crime Prevention Unit proved to be advantageous as a school district police officer. He was able to employ diversionary and school disciplinary programs that would blend well with his community policing philosophy, which is very important in our community, especially with the Clark County School District. After being with the Clark County School District Police Department for a short period of time, Chief Ketsa assigned Bob to the police department's Community Relations Unit. This unit's objective is to partner with the school district community, including local law enforcement affiliates and elected officials, to create a safer community on our school campuses. As a result of the partnership with the City of Las Vegas and other groups, Officer Mayer developed and participated in many programs that benefited the safety of our kids. So here's a list of the programs, so bear with me. This is going to take a couple of minutes. The Fuel for Success program, which we recognized a couple of weeks ago. He conducted drug turn-ins. He was involved in crosswalk safety enforcements. He organized pedestrian bike safety rodeos. He participated in neighborhood cleanups, safety fairs. He was involved with Fill a Bus, which is a Christmas gift charity program. He coordinated free car seat giveaways. He participated in the State of Nevada Car Passenger Safety Program. He was involved in the Jobs for America Graduate Jobs Fair. He was involved with Zero Teen Fatalities, the Remote Area Medical Health Services. He was with, he organized Shop with a Cop and invited me to a couple of those where we handed out presents to kids. He coordinated the Clark County School District Police Department Special Olympics Law Enforcement Torch Run. And he coordinated the Badge on Bus Stop Arm Enforcement. Bob Mayer has learned firsthand the effectiveness of community policing to reduce the influence of crime on our school campuses. And because of this, all the programs and everything that Bob has done, he has been nominated as the Citizen of the Month in the city of Las Vegas by Councilwoman Tarkanian. Congratulations. Good job. So, Bob, you want to say a couple of words?
For those of you who know me, that's not unusual. Either way, I just really wanted to thank all the councilmen and especially their support staff, because they're the ones that enable me to take and be able to partner with the city of Las Vegas so effectively to do so much in the communities. Our whole thing, Chief Ketzel wants us to be proactive, reach out to our community partners, our law enforcement partners, to have a synchronicity where we work smoothly to ensure that we have a long-term sustainable solution. So thank you for the opportunity of working with the City of Las Vegas to reach that opportunity.
Great, Bob. And I know you couldn't have done any of this without support of the folks that came down here, so why don't you recognize the folks that came down here with you?
Most importantly, my beautiful wife, Nikki, Lieutenant Black Eye, and Mitch Makazak, who really is the reason that I am in Las Vegas. When I retired from Evanston, he and I had worked together there. He let me know about the opportunity. My partner, Kevin Woodland, and Sergeant Jeff Shaw.
All right. Good job. Yep, and to complete the recognition, Bob, Officer Mayer, we have a sign over here with your name on it that will be placed in front of City Hall over in the corner for the entire month of September. So congratulations, and let's go over here and get a picture taken. I didn't know that. I would have mentioned it.
That's exciting. What do you do in your free time, officer? Oh, are you well trained? Are you from Illinois as well? Oh, yeah. You're lucky to be here as well. Okay. For our next item, I want to invite Melissa Cipriano, Executive Director of Candlelighters Childhood Cancer Awareness Foundation, to join us up here. Yay. Hi. We are so proud of you and what you do. Hi, good morning. September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and the Candlelighters Children's Cancer Foundation has created a month-long community campaign called Shine Gold to raise awareness of the needs and opportunities and challenges that face children with cancer and their families. The city is participating by lighting the outside of City Hall gold through September, tonight, I guess. What is today? The 7th, through September 9th. Days blur to me. As you may know, childhood cancer sadly is the leading cause of death by children with the disease. There are 16 major types of pediatric cancers and more than 100 subtypes. It's a horrible disease, as too many know, and everyone must work together to find a cure. Melissa, I want to present you with this proclamation to thank you and your team for all that you're doing to bring awareness to our community. I know you have some people with you today, so I'd like to turn the microphone over to you so you can introduce each one and tell us a little bit more about Candlelighters.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Today I have some of my staff with me. Jackie Trueblood is my executive assistant. She's also a Candlelighters parent. Her son Austin was diagnosed at the tender age of 18 months, and he is a thriving 8-year-old boy, and he was excited to start school this year, and he is just such a joy, and he's doing very, very well. He is going to give Captain America a run for his money when he turns 18. So that is his goal in life. Jackie York is one of our family service coordinators, and she is the front lines of our organization with meeting with our families from the day of diagnosis. And she works with our families throughout their cancer journey and beyond. And Kelly Webb is our development and communications manager, and she does wonders with our social media, our communications, and all of our marketing. And she was the driving force behind our Shine Gold campaign. So the rest of our staff is working very hard and diligent on our 5K run, which is this Saturday. It's one of our major fundraisers, and the whole purpose behind our Shine Gold campaign is we need to raise awareness. Cancer affects everybody, and I am certain that it has affected everybody in this room right now. And when it hits a family, it's devastating. And in Las Vegas alone, an average of 75 families will hear those words, "Your child has cancer." And since January 1st of this year alone, 13 of our families had to bury their child. And that's 13 families way too many in our community. And we need to raise that awareness, and we need to help these families in any way we can. And as the oldest and the first childhood cancer foundation in our community and in our state, Candlelighters has a long-lasting legacy, and we will be here for these families forever as long as we have to, and it is our duty to raise that awareness so we can continue our services, we continue to raise that awareness, and we can continue to help these families throughout their journey. Thank you to the City of Las Vegas. Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Thank you to the council for recognizing the need in our community. When we walked in the building this morning, what a beautiful sight to see the City Hall going gold for our community. Our families, they feel so welcomed, and so our social media pages are just going crazy with finally, our city is finally hearing our cry. They're finally hearing people are supporting childhood cancer. So thank you from the bottom of our heart, from our foundation, from all of our families. Thank you.
Does anyone who's listening contact you to volunteer, to donate? How do we do that?
Go to our website, candlelightersnv.org. Give us a call, 702-737-1919. We need volunteers all the time, monetary donations. Any way you can help, just give us a call and go to our website.
And physically, your headquarters, do you have a building?
We do. We are located off of the Russell and the 215 area of town, and we are here Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5. And thank you for wearing all the gold ties and recognizing gold and the pins and the glasses. Thank you so much. But that's okay. You look great. Oh, hi.
Can you see everything?
Thank you for what you do.
We are just
thank
so,
you.
so grateful, and it's about research. Does any of the funding go into research that we would be contributing, or do you tell us where?
Actually, all of our funding goes to help support the emotional support, the quality of life programming, and the financial assistance. That's what Candlelighters focuses on. We support the organizations that handle research. Our local clinic here in town, Children's Specialty Center, they do a phenomenal job. There's one oncology group in town that takes very good care of the children here, and they work with the St. Baldrick's Foundation. And they do phenomenal strides. Nationally, only 4% of the national budget goes to childhood cancer research. That is clearly not enough. We need to do more as a nation to support childhood cancer.
We certainly are making strong strides, and we will continue to support them.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Your poster. Oh, I'm going to try. Okay. Thank you and congratulations for all that you do. We're really grateful. And a good luck mayorship for you. Thank you, Melissa. It's wonderful. We're so proud. Do you want to say something? No, you're cool. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, thank you. Okay, for our next item, and appearing for himself this time, Councilman Anthony.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, thanks for having me up here again. I am very proud and honored to recognize an organization. I want to say organization, but this is the face of the organization right here. These are the folks that do all the work. That get together every year to provide support for families of the wounded men and women in the military in defense of this country and the citizens of this country. That organization is the Nation of Patriots, and I would like to invite our own Larry Kussler to come up here, who represents the Nation of Patriots and is a member of our own Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. Larry, come on down here. Every year, the Nation of Patriots organizes a national effort to pay tribute and raise money for America's armed forces. This united effort is known as the Patriot Tour. The 2016 tour began during Memorial Day weekend. A group of riders escorts one American flag on the back of a motorcycle beginning in Madison, Wisconsin, and transferring the flag across the United States. The flag is escorted state by state for 100 days as it makes its way throughout the 48 states until it comes full circle to Wisconsin over Labor Day weekend. On Saturday, July 23rd, the local Nation of Patriots chapter with 100 riders met the group from Arizona that was bringing the flag to Nevada. There was an exchange ceremony at State Line in Laughlin, after which the group continued to Nellis Air Force Base, where another flag exchange ceremony took place. On Sunday, July 24th at 4 a.m., the Nevada group left the Silverton Hotel Casino to take the flag to Lancaster, California, where the flag continued its journey throughout the United States. And this is the most important part. Each of the locations along the route conduct fundraisers to contribute to a fund where at the conclusion of the Patriot Tour, the total money collected is given to wounded veterans to assist with their financial needs. The Nation of Patriots takes pride in the fact that 100% of the money is given to our wounded veterans. This year, the Nation of Patriots total collected about $100,000, with Las Vegas raising more than all the other states combined, with a total of $50,000 in contributions. That is our local Nation of Patriots. At this time, I'd like to invite Larry to say a couple of words, and we have some pictures that we're going to put up. So, Larry, if you could take a look at these pictures. And first of all, there's our great American flag, and you can tell everybody what those pictures are.
Okay, the picture that's up now, that's the same flag that was out on Clark this morning. We got to leave going under that flag. This year we had to change things up a little bit because of the schedule. Instead of having a flag flown when we came to town, we had a flag there for us as we left, and I'll get to some more of that here in just a moment. That's just inside the dealership channel, the local media doing an interview as we were getting ready to leave, trying to drum up some support. This is us in Laughlin. So happens that that particular day was the hottest day of the year. It was absolutely brutal riding. In fact, the road temperature once we got there was up pretty close to 150 degrees. So fortunately, there was air conditioning inside the airport when we got it, and we're actually in Bullhead City. We did a small ceremony in Bullhead City. There's a young lady in the audience I'm going to ask to come up here in just a few minutes. She arranged for a special treat that I'll come back to in just a moment. I guess I better bring her up right now. Melanie, come on up. Each year, as Councilman Anthony said, the flag is taken across the country in a sort of a relay race. In Las Vegas, to try to do things a little bit different every year, we try to come up with something new, something special. And this year, the young lady who's coming up now, Melanie Stout, works out on Nellis Air Force Base for the rescue squadron. Melanie and I met earlier in the year at another military-themed event, and we got to talking, and I told her that it was I thought it'd be really cool if we could get the military involved with the flag exchange itself. Even though it's a motorcycle-themed tour, while we couldn't do it with Air Force airplanes, if it was possible, we might be able to do it with a helicopter. And she said, ooh, cool, I think we can do that. And so she worked feverishly for about 6 weeks putting it all together. And even though that particular picture is out at Nellis Air Force Base with the crew giving us back the flag, what Melly was able to arrange for was a Pave Hawk helicopter to fly from Nellis that day out to Bullhead City. Once the group from Arizona gave us the flag, we in turn gave it to the crew of the Pave Hawk. They took off where it was a whole lot cooler for them. And then we rode up the hill after Nellis Air Force Base. This is the crew giving my flag bearer, Dennis Crittenden, back the flag at Nellis Air Force Base. The reason, Melanie, come on over here. The reason I asked her to come up was not only to thank her for all of the work that she did, but she doesn't know this yet. Each year, the Nation of Patriots, each area has somebody who's given the honor of being the flag bearer. Bruce Murphy, sitting out here, was my flag bearer for a couple of years. Dennis Crittenden was a flag bearer this year. He couldn't make it today. Melanie, we would love for you to be the flag bearer next year.
I would be honored. I would be honored. Thank you.
We've already started planning. Melanie and I are already in cahoots trying to make things even bigger and better for next year. Each year we try to make things just a little bit bigger. The money that we raised, as Councilman Anthony said, 100% of the money that we raised is given away. We don't keep a nickel. All of these people that you see seated in the audience is just a small part of the local organization. Every one of them donates into the fund for the privilege of escorting the flag. And Staff Sergeant Brown and I have been working together for several weeks now. It is her burden. Next month, the money that we have raised locally, we're going to be giving away next month out on the base. Councilman Anthony was there last year and the year before. I believe, Mayor Pro Tem, you were there last year as well. We're trying that to make that ceremony bigger and better every year as well. Sergeant Brown is putting it all together, trying to coordinate all of the military specialties, all of the things for the event, and having to deal with base security, getting bikers on a military installation. It's her task to put all that together. I just want to say thank you. Certainly, last but not least, we try to get bigger every year. This year we are still a little shy of where we want to be financially. There's still a little bit of time left to raise a couple of bucks. There is a website. It is a national organization, nationofpatriots.com. There is a donate button on that website. Any money raised in Las Vegas is coded on the website. It comes right back to us in Las Vegas. If people want to donate, they can go to nationofpatriots.com. They can donate that way. Or if they would like, they can send an email to Nevada Nation of Patriots at cox.net. And I promise you, if you get some money that you would like to see go to wounded vets, we'll see to it it gets to them.
Great, Larry. Thank you. And I know you have a lot of people that work with you on this, a lot more than are here today, obviously a lot of people. But why don't you all stand up and just recognize these men and women here who ride their motorcycles and support the Nation of Patriots Tour. Thank you very much for doing that. And every year they let me ride with them for a very short leg, and so I don't hurt myself. It's just a very short leg, but I had to wear my suit today, and wearing a suit on a Harley just does not look right, so I didn't want to mess that up. So on behalf of the entire city of Las Vegas, Mayor Goodman, myself, and the entire city, I would like to issue you a proclamation proclaiming today the Nation of Patriots Day in the city of Las Vegas. Congratulations and great job, all of you, supporting our men and women who have been wounded in the line of duty. So thank you very much, Larry.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilman.
Good job.
Thank you.
And in addition, I want to thank our local Las Vegas Fire and Rescue for putting up the flag this morning and giving you a great way to come down to City Hall. And it's always great to see that wonderful American flag out there representing this country. So great for them doing that. Thank you.
For those of you who have never experienced it, no idea what it's like when we made the turn onto Clark from Maryland Park, where we're easily a mile away at that point, and you can see the flag from there, and it is absolutely awesome to see. It's such a beautiful sight. The first time we did that was about 5 years ago, and we try to ride real pretty. We try to ride in a formation called Parade, and it's really tough when you're crying while you're riding. It really has that sort of an experience. But thank you.
Great. Good job. All right, good job. Thank you.
Wow, is that unbelievably moving? That flag, honestly, I mean, when our fire and rescue, our engines put that up each year, it just, awesome. Yeah, it's a great country. Thank you so much, Larry. Thank you all. Thank you. We really appreciate it, and everyone that rides with you, too. So, for our final item this morning, with your bow tie in your pocket. Yes.
My pocket square today, Mayor. And our ceremonial portion of the City Council meeting is probably my favorite because we get to recognize some really special people who live in this community, do great things to go above and beyond the call of duty. And before I recognize this first person, I think it's important that I show you something that our wonderful, fabulous KSNV Channel 3 produced. If we can show that video real quick before I bring up the next individual we want to recognize.
Welcome back with us. I want you to take a close look at this picture. It may not seem like much at first, but it shows an act of kindness here in Las Vegas. A Nevada Highway Patrol trooper buying 3 siblings some ice cream on a hot day.
Okay, but the story of how they got to that moment is what you really need to pay attention to. The trooper rescued these kids from danger, and it shows you just how far our officers go to keep us safe.
In a story you'll see only on 3 tonight, our Christine Kim spoke exclusively to that trooper in the picture.
Trooper Morris was on routine patrol. He was on US 95 when he received a call that 3 kids were walking on the freeway. With lights and sirens on, Trooper John Morris makes his way to the Northwest Valley.
Callers were still calling in.
3 children on the freeway.
The 17-year-old was riding the bike with the 7-year-old on the handlebars.
On a Sunday afternoon.
The next update, they had crossed the highway, and now they were on the inside shoulder.
His dash camera capturing what he spotted. On the left, the figures of a 7, 8, and 17-year-old boy with 2 bicycles.
They were off their bikes taking a break because it was hot out.
Trying to escape the 110-degree temperatures in some shade on 3 feet of shoulder. That's where all the fast cars are going too.
I could only imagine my children out there. And I made them promise me that they'd never come out onto the highway again.
Trooper Morris believes the siblings got lost looking for a shortcut.
They said that they were hot and hungry and they were on their way to the store. They were going to the Walmart on Tropical. I advised them that they were going the wrong direction.
So he loaded their bikes, gave them a safe ride to that Walmart, and while trying to reach their working mother, brought them inside and treated them to some ice cream.
Absolutely, they were excited.
An act of kindness. You had no idea a citizen had snapped a picture of you doing that.
I had no idea.
That Trooper Morris says came from the heart.
We do this every day, and we love it, and that's why we do it.
And you know, Trooper Morris says he's made several career changes and found his passion. He's been a trooper for about a year now. And here's a safety note for you. Pedestrians and bicyclists are not allowed on the freeways like US 95 and the I-15. Reporting live tonight, I'm Christine Kim, News 3.
All right, fantastic story, Christine. Thanks for bringing it to us tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nevada State Trooper John Morris. Come on up here, John. You're a rock star.
Dogs, but not children.
You know, I have several members of my family that are in law enforcement, and when my wife saw you, she said, you have to recognize him for his efforts. And in light of what's happening in the country with law enforcement, and Bob, you understand this as well, it's great to recognize you today as well. The men and women who serve in law enforcement and serve this community go above and beyond on a regular basis. So it is important for us today to recognize your efforts. And so with that, I'd like to read this to you. Trooper John Morris serves our community with the Nevada Highway Patrol. On July 24, 2016, embodied the mission of the City of Las Vegas, building community to make life better. Trooper John Morris responded to a call regarding children riding bikes on Interstate 95 near Durango, which is right where I live. Upon Trooper Morris's arrival at the call, he spotted 3 children cooling off in the 3-foot shoulder, the fast lane. It doesn't say that, but it was the fast lane. Given the speed of the traffic and temperatures topping 110 degrees, this created a dangerous situation. Trooper Morris helped the lost children and their bikes safely off the highway and ensured that they made it to the intended destination. He then contacted the mother of the children. As an extra act of kindness the children will not soon forget, he purchased them ice cream. And our families are grateful for the efforts of our officers in our community every day and the acts of kindness shown to our youth. And now, we, the mayor, and the City Council of the City of Las Vegas do hereby proclaim September 7th, 2016 as Trooper John Morris Day in the City of Las Vegas. Congratulations. Thank you for your efforts. You want to share a few comments with us?
Sure, absolutely. Well, on behalf of the Nevada Highway Patrol, this doesn't just represent me. This represents all the troopers and local law enforcement. We do this on a daily basis. Like I said, speaking to Channel 3, we love it. I've grown up in Las Vegas since 1976, and like the mayor said, I've been doing this only about a year, and I love it. There's nothing better, in my opinion, than serving our wonderful community.
Mayor wants to know what high school you went to.
Valley. I graduated in 1991.
Trooper, you got a few folks with you. Would you recognize them too?
Our PIO, if you want to bring her up, Chelsea Stunk.
Chelsea, stand up. Come on up here too. You're in uniform. Who else you got with you?
My sergeant, but he's on light duty, so he's not.
You can stay seated. Well, and we see Chelsea a lot. And I have to tell you, the men and women, like I said, of law enforcement, especially with the Nevada Highway Patrol Department, I mean, always going above and beyond. And I'm recognizing our own marshals, our own police officers throughout this community. All of you are amazing, and we can't tell you how much we as a city council appreciate all that you do. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gosh, we have wonderful people that live here doing wonderful things. So that concludes our ceremonial portion. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we will be back and get things moving here. Thanks.
Let's dispense this agenda.
Great to see you as well. You doing okay? Yeah. I just have some question for Councilman Bureau. Oh, can I take a picture with you? Sure.
Sure. How you doing? Doing good. You were. You're good. Sure. Perfect. I'm good. Okay. Perfect. Okay now.
Okay, we are back and rolling. So, we are on agenda item 9. Okay, this is public comment during this portion of the agenda. The must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed will be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We'll set the time at 1 minute. Anybody? Okay, we have Dorothy Barnes and...
Just Dorothy. I don't see her.
You can wait till later if you like. This was just a second opportunity if you wanted to speak now. Okay. But this is the short one for a minute. Okay, thank you. Good morning. Your microphone, there it is. They turned it on.
What I wanted to know today, I'm just desperate for help about getting my name off this program. I don't know if it would help me. I'm going to try to go out to Nellis maybe today because, you know, I'm in a homeless situation again since I gave up my apartment in Henderson and went home for my aunt's funeral back in April. And I arrived back here in May. I haven't had a permanent place to live. Been up all night on the bus. I'm so sleepy. I can't think straight. So these people that's out there still robbing me, setting up their drug industry at my expense, and they're robbing me without a gun or a knife. I don't need nobody to show up with a weapon. They're doing a good job of robbing me without. I need them out of my pocket. All of them that's siphoning off me, that know they're in this box with me. Check with the people on how to remove their name. I've invited people to give me a signature on a promissory note. I don't want them homeless like me, so I hope they have the same sympathy toward me. So hopefully the people on Nellis understand. If they don't know what they're doing, there are people, I'm told, that can instruct someone on how to do this thing. And I really need the people out there to work with the community for everybody's benefit. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 10. Business items. For possible action, any items council, staff, and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
There are none. Sorry, Mayor. There are none.
Thank you. We'll accept that noneness. Okay, we will move on to agenda item 11. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the August 3rd, 2016 regular city council meeting. May I have a motion to approve those?
We move to approve the minutes.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. And the motion carries. Thank you very much. Items 12 through 29 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments, may be enacted in one motion. Note that the record should reflect my abstention on item number 23 because it pertains to medical marijuana related business and one of my sons is involved in the industry. I'll be voting on all other items. Are there any other items the council wishes to bring forward?
Then I would move to approve the consent agenda items 12 through 29, Mayor.
Okay, there's a motion to approve 12 through 29. Please vote and please post. And the motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item 30. Report by city staff and discussion for possible action regarding an update on development in the Northwest. This is in reference to all wards. We are having a crowd come forward. This is wonderful.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mayor and Council, Tom Perigo, Planning Director, for the record. I'm really grateful that Betsy and Jorge asked me to participate in this presentation. Seriously, because we've been working on this for many years, and I've been fortunate to be a part of these planning efforts out in the Northwest since the early 2000s, and it's really great that we're getting back into the planning for the Northwest. So what I'd like to do is kind of give you an update as to what's gone on in the last 15 years. And then Jorge is going to jump right into kind of where we are in discussions and where we go from here. It's great to be able to report that since we started those coordinated planning efforts back in 2000, we really are seeing the kind of development and the growth patterns that we'd really envisioned back then. So first I want to talk just a little bit about the city's overall growth. So this is when we were incorporated, and you can see over time as we continue to annex to meet the needs of our future population and businesses, we continue to grow the area of our city, where today we filled in most of the areas that we know as the city limits, and we've annexed quite a bit to the north as the BLM disposal boundary has expanded. What that's meant in terms of population and land area, we are now just over 600,000 population and just under about 135 square miles of land area. Now what's interesting is that in the early decades of when the city was formed, we were under 1 person per acre density, and today we're over 7 persons per acre, and we continue to see that density increasing with time. So basically, cities annex to provide the kinds of services and facilities that people demand of their local government, the kinds of things that they need to live their daily lives, the infrastructure, the parks, the fire stations, the health and safety, that sort of stuff. And it's interesting also that, as you well know, local government is most responsive to the needs of the citizens to deliver these kinds of services and facilities, to figure out what level of service is demanded, how do we pay for those, and how do we make sure that there's a fair, equitable sharing of the cost of those services and facilities. So now I want to turn to the Northwest in particular. Here is the Northwest as it looked in 2000, 36.6 square miles. Since that time, we've added quite a bit of area, so now we're up to 57, almost 58 square miles. What that's meant in terms of population and land area, as you can see, almost 58 square miles today and just over 200,000 population. There are some large areas as a result of the Thule Act. The disposal boundary was expanded, and there are some areas now that the city will be annexing that by 2017 will take us to 65 square miles. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. So you can see also some of the impacts of that growth and development. An additional 67,000 dwelling units at any one time, accounting for about 35,000 construction jobs in the area. Local household spending, $1.5 billion. Median household income out in the Northwest area. And again, I define the Northwest as north of Cheyenne and west of Decatur. About just under 70,000 median household income. And the total assessed value of $4.89 billion. Now that's just residential. You add commercial in, is about another $500 million worth of total assessed value.
Excuse me, Mr. Parago, Councilman Barlow has a question.
Would you go 2 slides back? I saw something that I have a question about.
This slide?
No, go back 4. Are you going backwards or forward?
I'm going backwards. I went all the way to the beginning.
Oh, no, keep going. Right here.
Okay.
Okay. I just looked at it wrong. I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so these are those additional annexation areas. What you see in the green, which is north of the current city limits, which is north of the Paiute Reservation, and the area to the west of Pooley. Now remember back when we worked on this legislation almost a decade ago, the idea was to extend the disposal boundary to those established federal lands, because in between the city limits and the federal lands, the Red Rock National Conservation Area and the Sheep Mountain, the National Refuge, was sort of a no man's land, and there was kind of a lack of planning and responsibility for those areas. Now they were BLM lands, but there was a lot of interest in just deciding, where, whose boundary that should be in. And so the idea was to push the disposal boundary to be the same as those boundaries, and then the city can annex in those lands and plan for those appropriately. And so that's what we're working on currently, those green areas, is annexing those, and now we will have that entire area under city, within the city limits, and we'll be able to properly plan for
Mr.
the
Perigo,
future
why
of those areas.
isn't that brought all the way to the south? I mean, when we were inquiring of the BLM and to move this forward, why haven't we just squared that all out for or is it something that we are not allowed to do?
I'm not sure which area you're talking about, Mayor.
Well, the green area that you said, the BLM annex there on the west,
Yes.
and why haven't we just made that a rectangle, that whole BLM area, and gone after all of that? So we have room for expansion to the west?
Everything in that red hatching is the Red Rock Canyon Natural Conservation Area. That's its established boundary.
And that green area was not part of that before?
That green area was not part of the Red Rock NCA, and there was no desire to expand the NCA into that area, so the idea then was to expand the disposal boundary so that that area could then be annexed, planned by the city, and potentially become an area for future development. There's a lot of infrastructure in there for flood control, so it isn't as if that entire area is available for development. But those two green areas together are over 4,500 acres, and a large portion of that will be available for development. And also remember, the area in the northeast, adjacent to the gun range and the National Wildlife Refuge, that area was planned to be for city development, but we worked to set that aside for the Tule Springs National Monument. And so this was part of the strategy to make sure that the future development in the city, that we continue to maintain that opportunity by creating these additional areas that are in green.
Are you speaking specifically about that white rectangle up at the northeast?
Yes, that white rectangle is the Clark County Shooting Range, and just to the west of that, that whole hatched area then is now the Tule Springs National Monument, and that is within the city limits.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so back in 2000, if you remember the late 90s and the early 2000s with rapid development and growth, especially in the Northwest, there was concern over the coordination of the planning and development for that area between the county and the city. Where should commercial areas go? Who's supposed to put in the infrastructure? What density should we develop at? And so there was SB 391 in 1999 that established enabling legislation to create rural preservation neighborhoods. And then in 2002, the city and county adopted the first interlocal. Again, that was designed to properly plan for the area, to coordinate densities, to coordinate the interface between the county areas and the city areas and the parks and the trails and all that stuff. That was then updated in 2008 and it expired in 2013.
And so where are we now with the next one?
Jorge is going to be talking about that. Okay. I've got just a few more slides and then transition to Jorge to bring us to that point. So I just wanted to show you within, so what I did is focus on accepted area A, because that's the most sensitive area that we worked very hard on, and we wanted to make sure that we sort of maintain and preserve the character of that area, and that we coordinate well between the city and the county on how we plan and develop for that area. You can see all of the sort of tan area is unincorporated Clark County within accepted area A, and that's, was in the interlocal that expired. And that's about 9 square miles. The area that the city has annexed within that accepted area is about 0.75 square miles, so about 8% of the total accepted area A is now within the city of Las Vegas. And here's what it looks like, the development that's occurred there. Prior to the interlocal agreement, prior to 2002, there were 56 dwelling units built within city limits in accepted area A at a density of about 2.6. You can see in Clark County there were about 2,500 units developed at a density of about 1.2 units per acre. Now, it's very interesting, in 2002, when that interlocal went into effect, the city continued to build units in that accepted area, 24, at a density of 1.9, which almost exactly mirrors what was going on in the county, 1,300 units at a density of 1.8. And from 2012 to present, there have been 49 more units at a density of 2.1 and 670 units in Clark County within the area at a density of 2.1. So since the interlocal agreements, we've been developing at exactly the same density in those areas, both the city and the county respecting what we set out to do back in 2002. Now, there are vacant acres, though, also within those accepted areas, and so we took a look at what the zoning is to get an idea of how those areas might develop. And you can see that within the city, the majority of the acreage that's within accepted area A has a zoning designation of rural estates, 246 acres, which allows for 20,000 square foot lot minimums, which means that at most you can get quarter-acre lots. And that is pretty consistent with what the county has. You can see we also have some RD development, which allows 10,000 square foot lots. And I'm sorry, when I said RE at quarter-acre lots, that's more like half-acre lots. RD is closer to a quarter-acre lot product. And R1, there are 19 acres, which allows for a 6,500 square foot lot minimum. And I'll show you where those R1 lots are. So this shows kind of the density of development, but this is more where the development has occurred than it is density, because even the most dense areas there in that blue color are still less than 2 units to the acre. As I showed previously, all the developments coming in around 2 units to the acre. So you can kind of see where that development activity is occurring in these maps within accepted area A. Okay, so the R1 zoning, I wanted to make sure we understood where that is, because again, we want to see if some of that more higher density zoning is creeping into that accepted area. And you can see here that, well, you can barely see, but it's right on the perimeter of accepted area A. Most of it is north of the 215, so it's really staying out of that major county island where we have been working so hard to preserve those lower density type development products. Development standards is a big issue. We see this at Planning Commission all the time, and a lot of these have come forward to City Council. As development occurs in particularly Ward 6, are we maintaining that same infrastructure, that same character in terms of street lights, sidewalks, and those kinds of things? There really aren't any existing rural standards. The city does have standards that call for a much more complete street package with curb and gutter, sidewalks, street lights, and so on. Right now, we're working very closely with the RTC, the county, and the city. The RTC's taken the lead on a UPWP, Unified Public Work Program, to define standards. And they've been working with constituents in the area. They've been doing surveys. They've been holding meetings to understand what people really want out there. Now they're in the process of developing alternatives that the city and the county and the stakeholders can review, and eventually they will come out with a rural standard that we can put before you for consideration for that area. So what's been happening with the development that's come through? This kind of gives us a little bit of an idea, but to give you a more complete picture, this is within accepted areas. There's 45 acres have been developed in these lower density zoning districts, and nearly all of them we've been waiving those standards in order to maintain a consistent rural infrastructure streetscape standard and character. But in Ward 6, I had the numbers, they pulled them just yesterday, just curiously, since 2013, 48 waivers, 40 variances in Ward 6. Typically, I wouldn't be saying this is a good thing. As you know, staff doesn't really support waivers of the code and variances, but in this case, I think these actually have made sense for the city and the constituents out in that area over time. So those waivers and variances in Ward 6, covering 400 acres of development, have involved street lights, off-site improvements, sidewalks, and so on. So really, the Planning Commission and City Council have really been listening to the citizens who show up asking for these things to be waived, for the developer who's willing to work with the city, the county, and the citizens to make sure we continue developing those areas and maintaining that rural character. And almost every development that's happened out there has happened under that type of a standard. And as soon as RTC finishes those work, we'll have a standard in place so we won't have to present waivers and variances of those things to you. And so I'll hand it over to Jorge.
Thank you.
For the record, Jorge Cervantes, Executive Director of Community Development. When we look at some of the services the city provides up in the Northwest, these are some of the major services that are provided. And these are services provided not just to the city residents, but also those county residents that are out there in the unincorporated Clark County. It includes fire protection, sewer service, maintenance of regional facilities, and parks and recreation services. If we look at the fire protection, there's
Excuse me, could I ask you to, sanitation, when you talk about sewer, how about road cleaning and all of that? Do we provide that too?
We provide it within our jurisdiction, within our city limits. The county provides it within the county islands.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I may. Mr. Cervantes, would you go back one slide, please? Sure.
That's three is what I was asking.
Okay.
Are they with the sweepers out there?
Are there any county services going on to the next slide? So go to your next slide.
We are. We're going to go through each one of these individually, and I'll show you what's given out there.
Thank you.
When we talk about fire protection, there's 6 fire stations that are north of Cheyenne that service this entire area. Again, they service both the city residents and the county residents. You can see they're strategically located so they can provide good coverage in that area there. There is a fire district assessment that the county assesses to those properties that are in the incorporated area at a rate of about almost 22 cents per $100 valuation. This assessment was intended to pay for the fire service that's provided out there to the city. However, we haven't received that money, but it is assessed against those properties in the county. If we look at sewer service, this kind of goes through time and shows how, as development has occurred, sewer service has also expanded out there. We see in
Your Honor,
2002.
Your Honor, could we back up and do that slide over, please?
Question, Councilman Beers, please.
Could I get this explained again?
Yeah, this is the map that shows where the fire stations are located in the northwest, those stations that service the entire northwest, both city and county residents, 6 fire stations. There is an assessment that is put on county properties that was intended to pay for the fire services the city provides to this area out there. It's collected by the county. However, we haven't seen that revenue come to the city.
Has not come, I thought you said that it has come.
No, it has not come to the city.
It has not come to the city. So the residents of those islands are paying a specific amount for fire protection that we are providing, and the county is keeping the funding.
That's correct.
And if I may follow up on that, Mr. Cervantes, I don't want to ask you something that you don't know the answer, but the northernmost the stars that show those stations, how long have they been there?
So they've come in over time. The oldest one is the one in Cheyenne, because again, they've been going as growth has occurred northwesterly. They've come in, and so the one in Cheyenne, the old one, that's probably been there maybe about 25 years, I would say, 20, 25 years. And so over the last 20, 25 years, all these have been built.
And so the most recent one was built, I would imagine, how long ago?
Probably.
Station 48?
Yeah, it's
how
probably
old
about
is
6,
that?
7 years ago. Yeah.
6, 7, okay, just to get a time reference of, and I'm sure the fire department and fire chief has the log of how many service calls have been made into the areas.
So when we look at service calls in this area for fiscal year 15.
Yes, excuse me, yes, please.
Okay, just to double back, Jorge, so a resident in the county island is paying a specific tax to Clark County to pay for the city fire department to provide fire services.
That is correct.
So how much is that annually?
The agreement that was developed back in 1985, called the 1985 Mutual Aid Agreement.
Mayor, if I may, Mark Vincent, CFO here. Councilman, can you restate your question? Because
Okay, so if I'm hearing it correctly, if I own a home in the county island, when I get my tax bill, there's a small portion that goes to the county.
Yes.
That is
You said city, that's what I was.
It goes to the county, and the county is supposed to give that back to us. So we provide fire department services in the county. That's what I heard. Is that correct?
You're referring to the 1985 automatic aid agreement. Under that agreement, the county was supposed to reimburse the city 125% of the tax it collected in the then defined, by a map, the then defined county island. That has changed significantly over the last 30 years, obviously, the way that island looks and the size of it. But that was the original agreement back in 1985.
So how much is that amount annually that the county is supposed to reimburse the city so we can pay for fire services out there?
Based on that original map that has never been amended, it'd be about $500,000 a year, roughly.
$500,000 a year
For 31 years?
So how long has that been going on that we have not been reimbursed?
Since the beginning.
Since 1985?
1985.
31 years.
Okay.
And there's no quid pro quo of they're providing other services or anything that that we know of?
There were some additional arrangements that were made about 8 years or so ago that had to do with certain hazmat services and bomb services, but it wasn't necessarily a quid pro quo for that particular agreement. I think that obviously that agreement from 1985 somehow or another got lost in the shuffle of all the other things that were being done. But we are now, as you know, billing them for those services in accordance with that agreement. But we have not been paid, and we didn't bill prior to about 2 years ago.
And did, at any time between 85 and looking at the interlocals that you delineated the years, nothing was revisited about this service that's being provided with no remuneration to the city?
Not
Nothing
to my
specific.
knowledge. Not to my knowledge, and I've only been here with the city since '98, but to my knowledge, no.
Nothing. Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes, please,
Please,
Councilman.
if I could follow up. Thanks for asking those questions, because, Your Honor, it is kind of a matter of honor in a way. You know, municipalities, like people that live in them, are supposed to pay their debts. And I recall, Mark, you wouldn't have been here, but you grew up here, so you might have known who the members of the county commission were at that time. I think Mrs. Dondero was a member of the commission, and others. Gosh, I can't remember the names of all the men and women there in the mid-'80s, but they were people of honor, and I think they would have expected that their agreement would have been observed by successive holders of their offices. And it's certainly a strange thing to see people who followed these honorable men and women not being willing to pay for what their predecessors had agreed to. They certainly undertook and took an oath to honor all the regulations, the ordinances, and the agreements of the county with various bodies, including the city of Las Vegas. So it's kind of astonishing to me that the current breed would just decide to stiff-arm in essence, the people that they owe money to.
Well, but you
because
might-
that's the people in the city.
But perhaps we were not aware and doing anything to let them know that this was
Your
a
Honor,
ruling.
they knew. They've always known. They have always known the truth about that, and it's always been a quiet conversation about, well, you owe us for this. Maybe we could do that, for you. But in essence, never anything formal and never anything meaningful to paying down this debt. It's just kind of shocking that even now that this has all become public the last few years, even though it was talked about privately, well-known since I came on the council and when I was in the Senate, that there was this agreement between the city and the county with all of this area out there. And I never represented it in the legislature, but possibly Councilman Beers did at that time. But I'm telling you, I'm startled, to see that intransigence governs the day these days, and it seems to be politics, and it seems to govern everything in our relationships with the county. And I know there are members of the county commission who want that to stop. Some members do, and I do. I know on our board we do. So, I'm hoping for the future on this, but I just think it's a good thing to remind people. They always knew there was a debt, and it was getting bigger and bigger.
Well, I'd like to ask, based on that, from our city manager, and you've been either in your position or before that with us and in the county, has there been an ongoing dialogue about this specific item? I know right now we're in conversation and going back and forth, which I think is great, and hopefully we can get resolution, but to get some history on this particular item.
Mayor and members of the council, this is a very old interlocal agreement. In doing the research about the interlocal agreement, it's not clear really why this interlocal agreement was never followed to the letter. When it became apparent that we needed to address it one way or another, either follow it or terminate it or reach some resolution in regard to the impact of that interlocal agreement.
During your tenure or Mr. Selby's
Yes,
or
well,
further back?
I can't attest to what any fire chief before Chief McDonald knew or what any city manager knew before I was the city manager. When it was brought to my attention, I started trying to work it out informally with the county manager. When it was apparent that there was an impasse, I brought this item to the mayor and council for your direction, and since that time, we have been billing the county for these services in this area. It would be nice to get this resolved, because it is critically important in the fire service arena that we have an integrated system of service delivery that's seamless. It works along the borders. This is a unique area that 99.9% of all fire and rescue responses are handled by the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue area. That contributes to that overall balancing act, which, as we have reported, has been a little heavy city over the last few years. There are a lot of factors that drive that. But we need a resolution as it relates to the fire service in these islands. It is more of a permanent service by the city. I think that is very important to either acknowledge or come up with a different plan related to that, so that we can plan accordingly to ensure that we have the standards of cover met for service in that area. And a lot of what Mr. Cervantes is talking about today is predictability, so that we know the city's doing this, the county's doing that, the residents have some predictability as far as densities and land use and growth patterns in the Northwest going forward. And we're hoping to work through all of these related issues today. I was just talking to the city attorney about this in the back. The idea today is not for you to say, do this, do that, do the other. This is more of an educational opportunity, information report to the council, but also that can be made available to the residents in the Northwest of what has actually been happening in the Northwest as it relates to growth and development and service provision, so that as these conversations continue, hopefully to a fruitful outcome with the county, all of the information is readily available for people who are making these decisions, including our policymakers and the people that are impacted by those decisions. So it might be helpful to have Jorge kind of finish this segment of this presentation so that you can see all of these exchanges and interchanges of service delivery in the Northwest after Tom's history of how density and land use has been working, because they're all important to an ultimate resolution with the county. And so I think it's just important to get all of that out on the table so that we can move forward.
And I would add to that, hopefully the rest of your report will have some of the data backup of how many times, where we're servicing, how many times during a frame that we have been servicing with our fire and rescue, our sewer, everything else that you're doing. Are there statistics in there showing that ultimately?
So Mayor, let me just give you statistics on the fire response. I
Okay.
did get that from the fire chief. For
Good.
fiscal year, for last
Oh,
fiscal.
excuse me 1 second, yes.
Yeah, I just have, so, this money that goes to the county that they're supposed to reimburse us for fire services, I'm just curious, why doesn't that just come directly to the city of Las Vegas? Why does it have to go through the county? Or, I mean, that would resolve the problem. If they're paying for city fire services, it should just come to the city of Las Vegas and we provide fire services and there's no conflict.
If I may answer that, Mark Vincent,
Thank you.
CFO. It's because it's a property tax levy by Clark County. So it's a property tax levy that supports their fire services. Just as our 9.5-cent fire safety initiative tax that we passed in 2000 is collected and paid directly to the city. So it's because it's a county levy tax.
Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, yes.
You know, I've got to say one more thing. What Mark said, and I'm sorry because I have such a long history with this issue from another place, and that being Carson City. Mark brings it up, property tax. 10 or 12 years ago, the long-bearded, gray-beards in the city will remember the fight between Reno and the city and Washoe County over the same issue. And the city of Reno fought and felt it was owed money by Washoe County, but Washoe County had the horses. They had the political power, and it fell in the laps of the Clark County delegation to try to referee that fight. And, you know, in the end, it was such a bloody fight And Washoe County had so many more lobbyists that they overpowered the city of Reno, and the city of Reno withdrew its request to try to get equity. And so, you know, sometimes these problems are solved or not solved, but it was about property taxes, because again, property taxes are one of the reasons why people in these areas of county islands say, oh, we don't want to be part of that city, we'll have to pay higher property taxes. Well, they're a smidgen higher just on the outside of their boundary. But the reason is because the people out there are paying for the services that those folks in the Cowland Islands are getting. I mean, yeah, I guess I'd like a free lunch too, and free visit from the fire department and the medical department, our ambulances when they go there and take care of their sick and injured. So, you know, I understand they don't want to pay for that, but it seems to me, you know, the time has come to really draw the line and make sure all of us understand there is a history here, and it's not original to Clark County, because Washoe and Reno have been through the same thing. It's ugly, and it's a big, big bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue.
So, Mayor, to address your specific question on some of the data, for the last fiscal year, there was approximately 1,000 calls, service calls, that our fire department made into all this unincorporated, both the easterly and the westerly county and some of the areas. So that's the number of calls.
1,000, wow.
About 1,000 calls.
Oh, I know you don't know this, or maybe you do. Approximately, it depends what they send. I know whether it's a rescue or it's the big engines. What's the cost of those? Do you have any estimation?
Mayor, may I just chime in really quickly?
Yeah.
It might be beneficial for us to put separate items on the next agenda regarding each of these topics.
Okay.
We were attempting to give you just an overview of all the issues impacting the Northwest and growth and development in the Northwest. The city attorney is very anxious about the fact that we're delving into the details of a fire interlocal that is not up for discussion really in that level of detail today. So, you know, it might be best for us just to punt today.
Okay.
We'll post several items that can all be taken together at the next meeting, and then we can further this conversation.
I think we really it does spur discussion and more discussion, and two immediately comes to mind. What are they doing in Henderson where there's overlap into the county and vice versa? It really opens up further discussion, and I'm delighted that we're in a conversation. And from what I've understood, that you've been involved with the county, continuing the conversation, I think it's very significant, almost to the point that we put a hold for a little while on annexing, but it's just a suggestion, because I do think this is very significant, very important, and that we have the history, but we're talking of the exterior of the bubble here. And we have questions. I mean, I can feel it here back and forth, and the more we go into it, I mean, poor Mr. Cervantes is only on slide 4. So maybe we'll let you finish. We won't ask another question. I will make sure we don't ask any more and go from there. Okay, go where you're zipped up, all of us.
Okay, Mayor.
Okay, I'm zipped too.
Please don't be. All right, Mayor. So again, when we look at sewer service, we can see how sewer service has extended as developments occurred and growth, including sewer service to this county islands. Now, I will say the service that we provide to these county islands are paid by those county residents, both the connection fee and the annual service fee. So that is paid by those folks that live in that area. We, in turn, have to make sure we provide the downstream capacity to be able to address whatever service are required to do that. And that's part of the reason it's so important that we do have these type of agreements, because when we do this master planning of infrastructure, we size our infrastructure based on certain assumptions, such as the density. And so it's in nobody's advantage to have density that's higher than what everybody agreed to. Otherwise, we have infrastructure that's not there to support the demand. Same with when we look at storm drain, where the city provides some of the protection for both the city and the county properties around there. We provide the infrastructure surrounding this area to protect all residents out there from flooding. And then in Parks and Recreation, when we look at some of the recreational opportunities within the county island to the west, there's actually 2 county parks out there and 1 community center that provides service to this area. The one in the westernly end, the Lone Mountain Park, that's a regional park that's large to provide significant coverage. If we look at some of the city facilities, you can see where the city community centers and parks are in this general area also. Again, These facilities are enjoyed by all our residents in the Northwest, both city and county residents. I'm sorry, was there a question? Okay. Just looking at some of the difference in the tax district comparisons, if we look at tax district 125, this is the tax district that's in the county, and I'm only showing those taxes that are different between the different tax districts. There's additional taxes that are added, including for schools, for hospitals, other things. But if you look at the tax district 125, that's in the unincorporated county. Tax district 420 is also in the county, but it's a township within the county, and just want to show the difference in those tax structures. And then the tax district 200 is within the city of Las Vegas. So we can see from there we've got the fire district taxes collected from all the county properties, both their townships and the unincorporated area. There's an additional tax that's charged to the township for some of the service they provide in that area. And you can see city residents pay for a operating tax of 0.67 cents or 67 cents. Don't get options. Okay. And so, and then there's the fire safety override that Betsy talked about. So if we look at overall what the different tax rates are for a hypothetical $300,000 home, a county resident in the unincorporated would pay about $2,800. A resident in the Summerlin Township is paying about close to $3,100, and a city resident is paying about $3,400. You can see the difference in the tax rates based on where the districts are.
So, Mayor, while Jorge's kind of reconfiguring based on the direction we're going today, we've been having some conversations with Commissioner Brown and with Commissioner Kirkpatrick, and they've been very fruitful. And what we would recommend is that we continue to have those conversations to address as many of these issues as well as some of the other issues that are going on with the county going forward. I think it would be helpful if it's your inclination to put a hold on some of the developed parcel annexations, at least for a brief period of time, to allow those conversations to go forward. I think it would send a good signal to the county commission that we are serious about trying to reach resolution on these matters. As you know, not necessarily for the conversation today, there are many issues that we have been working on together over the last few years that really do need some resolution. And so the idea is to hopefully be able to address many of those issues where the city and the county could work together to reach a comprehensive resolution to many of those outstanding issues. And bring that back to the mayor and council in a series of actions to tie everything up and have that completed. So it might be beneficial for us to try and schedule a follow-up agenda item at the next meeting with those specific topics delineated. And then hopefully between now and then we would have some more progress on those topics with the council, with the county commission.
I thank you. I want to hear Councilman Beers was, as soon as Mr. Cervantes finished, I know he had a question, but in reference to that, I learned a long time ago, if you expect something to happen, you have to inspect it. So in 1985, this agreement was made, and nobody was following up, which makes me wonder. I remember that certainly Val has been going through the ordinances, looking at all of our historic ordinances and bringing us up to date on those, getting rid of ones that are no longer important, effective, or whatever. What else are we missing out on? And so I would not only wonder about what else has been slipping through, and it is because of the unusual configuration of how the demographics sit here, but I'd really be curious, are there other areas? Henderson and Clark County. Henderson has its own fire, has its own police force. Not that it affects us what they're doing, but I'd be curious, what else are we missing? What other services are we providing that either the resident or the business isn't paying for? And the other question I wanted to ask you, which I may open a can of worms, and I'm sorry, why are our taxes that much higher?
Well, what you're seeing here is the county urban rate in the Summerlin town, which is a 20-cent rate.
Okay.
And they have a fire overlay, so the county urban services rate is around 42 cents. Ours is 67 cents, plus a fire override that was a voter-approved override. The county, part of their fire district will expire. They have an override that's similar in that 21 cents. So when you put those all together, we're about 40 cents higher. We don't have the same assessed value base that the county does. We have a lot of citizens, we're kind of disproportionately residential. And the residential valuation is a lot less than commercial valuation, which is to a great degree why it's important to have a focus on economic development when you're in an urban city, so that you create a more diverse base of land uses in your city. The county also has revenue sources that we do not have that are available to them for countywide services and for services to provide for municipal services. So it's different, and we could certainly go through the exercise to explain the differences as best we can. And Mark might want to chime in, but it's the cost of doing business, and you basically back into a rate that begins to support that level of service with your property tax rate. But I will remind you that we haven't changed our property tax rate since 1997, Mark? Oh, I don't know.
I think we actually lowered our rate in 1997 or 98, and then we had a slight increase that was designated for parks bonds in 2001.
So since
which essentially cut that reduction that we did in half. So property tax is about 1.5 points lower than it was in 1997.
So you've got, we've been holding steady, if you will, since 2001. And, you know as well as I do that over the last several years, we have had a significant decline in the property tax revenues that have been coming into the city, and that our overall revenue performance is 1% higher than it was 10 years ago.
Okay, Betsy, I'm going to ask you a question. We've been advised by our attorney we have to move it along, and which is what you said anyway, to bring it back to us, and we always listen to our legal advice when it's wise and whatever. And so, I mean, I really do think, and wondering your next statement about differentials in townships, why? I mean, there are a lot of questions that we need to answer. So I guess we go back to you, poor Jorge, and let you finish what you're doing, and then, that's it?
Yeah, Mayor, I think based on the conversation, this is probably a good point to stop this discussion,
Okay.
bring the rest back at the following, it's a different conversation.
But if you'll add that to your agenda too, I think, taking this to the next step, definitely, I mean, I'm thrilled to death to hear that the conversations are going forward, and hopefully that we can work something out here that's palatable and works for the city and the county. So again, just to recommend that we look at annexations with sort of push them down the road till the conversation is concluded, hopefully positively, but that you bring this back, but add in there, why are the townships variable in, okay. So we've got a lot to go. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. And now, Councilman Beer, since I said we were zipping it, you get your questions to Mr.
I taking the cue from my slightly more experienced former legislative colleague, am zipped.
Oh, there we go. Thank you both very, very much. Appreciate it. Okay, we are on to agenda item 31. Is that where we are? Okay, report by city staff and discussion for possible action regarding the projects being considered by the Southern Nevada Tourism Infrastructure Committee, upon which I sit.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Morning.
First it was Tom and Jorge, now it's Bill and Ted. Again, yes. So for the record, Ted Olivas, Chief of Staff. I am joined by Bill Arndt, our Director of Economic and Urban Development. As in previous presentations on this subject, I'll give you a bit of history about where we've come with this committee, and then Bill will kind of take you into the future. So let me take you back a little ways for the viewing public so they kind of get a sense of what we're talking about. There was this committee created by Governor Sandoval by executive order. That executive order was later amended to extend the term of the committee because it was a lot of work to do in a short period of time. And they're scheduled to be done this month, so September. And it also expanded the mission to include a public safety component. As Mayor Goodman mentioned, she is a member of that committee, and Betsy is on the Technical Advisory Committee. They have been meeting since July of 2015, so a little ways over a year. So far, the committee has come up with a few recommendations. We understand that there was a new draft document that was put online this week that has a little bit more information than what I have, and it's kind of a draft final report. So what I say is the recommendations may not align exactly with what that document says. But they talked about $1.4 billion for the convention center expansion and improvements, that the legislature fund a study on building a jet fuel pipeline to McCarran International Airport, that we have a sales tax increase for more officers for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And finally, they identified at the last meeting 2 preferred sites that Bill will talk about in his presentation. So that gives you a brief update on how we get to today with this committee. And with that, I'll turn it over to Bill for a short presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, members of City Council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development. This will be a brief update on the Southern Nevada Tourism Infrastructure Committee and really cover 3 items. The first, which Mr. Olivas alluded to, Metro funding. Second, progress on the stadium being considered by the committee. And then third, what the City of Las Vegas is doing with respect to property that we have an interest in, which is, of course, Cashman Center. On the committee's draft report, which Ted had indicated is on the committee's website, and that website for our audience here and for the viewing audience of this meeting, that report can be found at the committee's website, which is sntic.org, Southern Nevada Tourism Infrastructure Committee. And on that website, the draft report lists 2 recommendations on page 14 of the report, listed as recommendation number 3 and recommendation number 4. For demonstration purposes, they're listed here as draft number 1 and 2 because they're the only 2 with respect to Metro. But this is verbatim what the committee is being asked to look at this week's Tourism Infrastructure Committee meeting, which happens tomorrow, September 8th at 1 p.m. at the Stan Fulton building on the university's campus. The first recommendation is an increase in the sales tax rate in Clark County by 0.1% and discusses how that sales tax rate would be distributed for helping police resources within the resort corridor in proportion to the share of the countywide sales tax revenue generated within the corridor. The second recommendation is listed as recommendation number 4 in that draft report, reading that the committee further recommends that the 2025 sunset provision of the Clark County sales and use tax of 2005 be removed, effectively making permanent the incremental sales tax revenue police departments use to retain and equip additional uniformed officers throughout Southern Nevada. Again, this is in the draft report that's been drafted by staff reporting to the committee. As Ted indicated, this committee is an advisory panel. This is not necessarily the position of the City of Las Vegas or this body. We're simply presenting an update what the committee is being asked to consider at this week's meeting. Next, stadium progress.
One second, ma'am. Your Honor, thank you very much. Bill, just on the narrow issue of the police funding, just that obviously there's this quarrel about who gets and has to pay for the pie and whose slice is larger than others and is it fair. But I think we all agree the pie is too small. We have not got enough money going into these expenditure categories. So I hope that committee will take a look further at more than just what has been talked about here. That in fact, if they looked at it and stopped thinking small and realized our problems are astronomical here, and especially in the inner urban areas that I represent, and the good councilman here from Ward 5 represents, we, and Councilwoman Tarkanian who's not here, we have problems that are so much larger than what that small amount of money will pay, that I'm just concerned that we're thinking too small again. So I hope that message can get through to them. At least the city of Las Vegas somehow, which is coping with problems that others don't have to. We need more money for this.
Thank you, Councilman. And that's really the point of this update, that we would like input and feedback from our whole board so that our representative on the committee, which is our own Mayor Goodman, and Betsy Fretwell is on the advisory panel for this committee, that we could have that feedback from this body, and the mayor could have that feedback to take to the committee at the upcoming meetings, which is one this week, and then, as Ted indicated, there are 2 additional meetings later this month. So on the stadium itself, the stadium proponent, the project sponsor, which is Las Vegas Sands and Majestic Realty, working in concert with the Raiders franchise, they indicated that they've narrowed their site process to 2 primary sites, but they did state at the meeting that they are keeping Cashman on the list as a secondary site under consideration. The sites that are narrowed are on the primary side are Valley High and Russell and I-15. The Stadium Authority and the funding legislation itself is of importance to the city. Those details in the funding could impact the city regardless of where the stadium is located if it moves forward. And so the city has requested that we have a representative on the Stadium Authority panel. And that we also requested that the city be authorized within the enabling legislation to be considered as an alternative funding entity. And the thinking there is that should the stadium be located within the city of Las Vegas corporate limits, it would only be rational to have the city be considered as an option for the Stadium Authority and the funding entity versus just considering Clark County. These are the 2 primary sites. These are the renderings that were provided at the prior meeting from the project sponsor. So it shows on the left-hand side of the screen Russell and I-15, as well as the right-hand side of the screen Valley High, which is off of the same street, but on the southeastern corner of I-15, and Russell against Las Vegas Boulevard. With respect to Cashman, we're putting our foot forward, our best foot forward, and we're proposing that Cashman be considered for a lot of reasons. One of the main reasons is we've been planning this all along. The city of Las Vegas, through its planning process, most recently our downtown master plan, has reserved this site for a sports anchor use. We've been very vocal in trying to attract professional soccer to downtown, and we believe that the site has sufficient capacity to not only handle Major League Soccer and professional soccer, but the NFL as well. Because of that, the city team made presentations to the Sands and the Raiders project team, as well as to Governor Sandoval. We talked about how Cashman is unique of all the sites that were considered over the last month, that it is the lowest cost site because it's a publicly owned site and has been a sports anchored site now for going on 3 decades. We can make that site available for the stadium footprint itself at no cost to the project sponsor. There's better access and infrastructure. We have access today from 7 different access points off of I-15 and US 95-515. That makes ingress and egress, getting in and out of the site and the stadium, whether it's on game day or for another event, much easier than it would be at any of the other sites. And it also means that the State Public Works Board likely has to spend a lot less dollars
supporting infrastructure around the stadium. And then finally, faster delivery. The site is ready to go. It is under public ownership, and we can make it available against the team's schedule. We're working on planning and site issues for Cashman along Las Vegas Boulevard. This has been a project on Public Works drawing board for a while, where we want to beautify Las Vegas Boulevard between US 95 515 heading north to the Cashman site. And that's an area already seeing investment from projects like the Neon Museum, the Natural History Museum, and others. And then finally, we're working very closely with the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority to further ready Cashman for new uses. And we have a transfer agreement that's already been approved by the city. This shows just a visual that what the city's thinking is for the Cashman site. So the rendering on the top left shows what it might look like upon build-out supporting professional soccer, and then the rendering on the bottom right shows what it might look like for NFL. And with that, that's an update on where we're at. I'm glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. No questions? Wow. Nope. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Arndt. Appreciate it. Okay, and we are now on to boards and commissions. Agenda item 32. For possible action, Department of Transportation Regional Advisory Committee on Oversized and Overweight Vehicles, Mr. David Bowers. Term expires 9/17/2016. David Bowers has served on this board since 2014. The staff recommends the reappointment of David Bowers, Director of Public Works, to represent the interests and authority of the city of Las Vegas. And I am going to make that motion to go ahead and reappoint him. Would you stand and let us all see who you are? There he is. Thank you. So I'm going to move to reappoint Mr. David Bowers. Perfect. So, what are you up to? All right, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. And unanimously reappointed. Thank you, Mr. Bowers. Look forward to your continued wonderful service. Move on to agenda item 33, recommended committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2016-54. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2016-54, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to prescribe land be annexed, to make it establish some laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for related matters. Move for approval.
Is there a motion to approve? Please vote and please post. Those are okay to slip in? Okay.
Yours was making fun of us stop annexing.
Okay, no, that's what we were talking about, is holding off on annexing. Okay, motion carries. Agenda item 34, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 34 to 36, bills number 2016-50, 2016-55, and 2016-56 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. New bills. Items 37 through 41, bills 2016-57 through 2016-61 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting Monday, September 19th, 2016. City Attorney, would you please read the new bills? And the new bills again. Okay.
I'll be happy to honor Bill number 2016-57, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to prescribe land be annexed, to make some subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Bill 2016-58, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to prescribe land to be annexed, to make some subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2016-59, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly prescribe land to be annexed, to make some inhabitants subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for related matters. Bill number 2016-60, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly prescribe land to be annexed, to make some inhabitants subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for related matters. And finally, Bill number 2016-61, an ordinance to amend ordinance number 6546 regarding the extension of the corporate limits of the city to correct the legal description of the annexed territory, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. New bills, 2016-57 through 2016-61 are assigned to recommending committee members, Councilman Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. If any so designated or unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitute as necessary at my discretion or direction. Thank you very much. We'll move on to public hearing items. Okay, bill number 42. Public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or a reduction of fees totaling $19,500 with a payment of $3,905.75. Daily civil penalties recorded against property located at 1902 Euclid. Property owner Connie Huang Lee, and this is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. It's a public hearing which I declare open. Welcome back. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Mayor and the Council. Vicki Ozuna, Code Enforcement Supervisor. The item before you today is a public hearing for request of waiver of fees and civil penalties for the property located at 1902 Euclid Avenue. At the request of the current property owner, Connie Hung Lee, as of May 20th, 2016, City Council designee approved a lien of assessment on this property on March 24th, 2014 for the out-of-pocket costs of $3,905.75 and the approved daily civil penalties of $19,000 for a total outstanding of $23,405.75. On June 27th, a payment was made towards the outstanding out-of-pocket costs of $3,905.75, so the outstanding amount due is $19,500. The property owner is requesting a waiver of all civil penalties that have been assessed on the property. Code Enforcement inspected the property on September 6th and found that the property is currently vacant and non-code compliant with high weeds and minor refuse and waste. This property has not been rehabbed. The value on Zillow.com is $40,000, and staff recommends denial of this waiver request.
Thank you very much. Would you introduce yourselves, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Joel Beck for Connie Huang Lee. And I'd like to address a couple of things. You know, she needs the waiver so she can get the title, and then she can put all the efforts into fixing up the property. It's her intention to hold on to this house long-term, not short-term. She's not looking to fix it and flip it. And you know, I'm sure you get these requests all the time. I believe in the history of this particular one that the notice is, she wasn't the owner at the time that, you know, that it fell in disrepair. She's taking over afterwards. She wants to fix it. It's a property that had a lot of vagrants. But I think that the notices of the problems were originally sent to Citibank, City Mortgage, and I don't believe that they're on the record that those notices should have been sent to them at all. I don't know that the proper bank that held it at that time would have paid it or not paid it. I can't speak for them, but they were never given the opportunity to pay them. At any rate, that was all before Miss Lee took over. You know, the tax lien is $23,000. Property, as we talked about, is about $41,000. So it's a very significant amount. But she wants to rehabilitate this property and then maintain it for quite a long time.
And when did she purchase the property?
Was it about May?
May this year, May 2016 this year.
You bought it this year?
I'm the new owner, but all this problem is from the previous owner. And then, you know, yeah, that's what happened.
Any comment to that?
Well, when these liens are approved, they are recorded on the property, and they are public information. So if a property owner's or somebody's going to purchase a property, they can do their due diligence and research the property before they purchase it.
Okay. And if I might add, what was the price on what did you pay for the property?
About $58,000.
$58,000. Okay, if there are no questions, anybody from the public who would like to speak on this agenda item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to you, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is obviously one of the eyesores in Ward 3. It is a problem. We need to try to get somebody in there. Now, the fact that Mrs. Lee is not going to be an owner-occupant changes a little bit thoughts I had in mind, but it doesn't negate the fact that I feel we need to waive some of these soft costs, because they're not soft. I mean, in a sense, these fines and civil penalties and interest, that it's real money, but in essence, it didn't represent very much labor. The hard costs do and did, and we paid to do our best to try to, keep it up, but it's fallen into disrepair again. I realize you've only had this a short time, and also that you did pay, on June 27th, you paid all of those out-of-pocket costs. So, Joel, I'm very happy that your client did that. I'm willing to offer a motion that we waive 90% of the civil non-cash costs.
We would
If that
be
would be
in favor of
agreeable to you.
Yes.
Because we've got to get this moving forward, because the homeowners on the rest of the street are complaining about how it looks, and I know that with some incentive, you can do something.
We need to clear this up so she can get the title insurance.
Yes, okay. Your Honor, that will be my motion if I'm asking the council to support the motion to approve the item with a waiver of 90% of the daily civils.
Okay. So our math is, what is the remainder?
Vicki has the math.
That would come to $1,950 for the civil penalties that they would have to pay.
And what is due by when, Councilman?
Well, I'll follow staff's recommendation on that.
Within 30 days.
30
Okay, that's our
days.
common, and there is nodding yes as an answer. I'll take that for the record.
Yes.
So that is the motion.
Would you state that publicly with your mouth?
Joel.
Oh, I'm sorry, do I need to make a motion?
That you would accept that?
Yeah, we would accept that.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just have one quick question before we take the vote. This is your client. I hope you don't mind, through the mayor, of course. Were you aware of these civil penalties before you purchased this property?
Yes.
I mean, that's a big concern of mine, and it has nothing to do with you. The bigger concern of mine is people that are buying these properties. I wholeheartedly agree with Councilman Coffin in regards to getting his house fixed up and looking better in the yard. But my concern, I guess, Ms. Ozuna, through the mayor, again, is are we opening a can of worms here? I mean, we want people to get in these houses that have been haven't been taken care of for a long, long time, right? And we have a hearings officer that hears these complaints. I'm concerned about opening a can of worms, especially if the buyer knew about the penalties before purchasing the property, thinking, well, I'll just go to the city and ask for forgiveness. That's my bigger concern.
That's a good question. The hearing officer, when we have situations of this type, he would deny the initial request, make sure that they rehab the property, and then he allows them to come back for reconsideration. And generally, in a situation of this type, it'd be 50%. But again, it's up for your guys' determination.
Well, and I'm going to
Yeah.
support Councilman Coffin's motion, but that concerns me a great deal, that buyers purchasing these properties, knowing that the city has this massive civil lien on it, with the hard costs, is opening that can of worms. Because then all these prospective bidders will go, well, the city will waive that. Just go see a councilman, or councilwoman, they'll go waive that.
That is a correct assumption, and that is part of the problem that we do have at this time. A lot of people just come in assuming that they can just get these all waived off, and there may be times that you or the hearing officer may decide that nothing is going to be removed, and then we have to explain, the reasons why. He does his due diligence in researching the property and figuring out what the area, the area's worth of homes is, and he tries to make the best decision that's going to benefit the neighborhood.
Right.
In some neighborhoods that are more distressed, he's a lot more lenient because the neighborhood needs it. But
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Ozuna.
Thank you. There is a motion then, made by Councilman Coffin. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Now, with the payment, what is the length of time that one could assume that the property will be theirs and they can begin to fix it, or hers?
we will get them a payoff demand today. We'll fax it to them, and they can make their payment as soon as that's done.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 43, also public hearing for possible action to Consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $3,755 in out-of-pocket costs, $300 in failed inspection civil penalties, and $19,500 in civil penalties, for a total of $23,555 recorded against property located 11 Prince Lane, property owner Bank New York Mellon Trust, and Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. And are you representing?
Yes, I'm here for Bank of New York Mellon, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, please continue.
Okay, good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. Vicki Ozuna, Code Enforcement Supervisor. The item before you today is a public hearing for a request of waiver of fees and civil penalties at the property of 11 Prince Lane at the request of the current property owner, Bank of New York Mellon, who has owned the property since October 15, 2015. Currently, there are outstanding fees and penalties associated with this property for 4 code enforcement cases. The request of waiver was submitted on a case where the current property owner was notified of violations by notice and order on July 28, 2014, and the city contractor performed an abatement completed December 22, 2014 to secure the property and remove all refuse and waste from all exterior areas of the property. The City Council designee approved the lien of assessment on this property on April 21st, 2015 for out-of-pocket cost of $3,095 and approved daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $22,595. All costs and penalties are currently outstanding on this case. There are additional outstanding out-of-pocket costs on the other 3 cases of $479 and failed inspection civil penalties totaling $300 that occurred from June of 2015 through September 29, 2015, that these cases were brought into compliance by the property preservation company that represented the bank. Total out-of-pocket costs outstanding is $3,755. Total civil penalties outstanding is $19,800 for a total of $23,500 and $555. Code enforcement inspected this property on September 6th and found that the property is currently vacant and not code compliant. There is a homeless camp on site, and it appears that the property is open and accessible again. The Zillow value of this property is $93,000, and staff recommends denial of the waiver of fees and penalties on this case.
Thank you. Mrs. Zuna, what are the major cross streets or the closest cross streets on this property?
Prince, I believe it's Charleston and US 95, going around on the east side.
Charleston.
I think it's
Okay.
in the
It's on
Lamb
the east side.
area.
Lamb, okay. And it's,
Lamb and Stewart.
it's Zillow is at 95,000. The last house was at 48,000?
Correct.
And what size is this lot, did you say?
I don't
know.
know what the size of the lot is at this time.
That's an amazing quote. Okay, would you introduce yourself, sir, please, by name, and then talk to us?
Yes, Your Honor, or yes, Counsel. My name is Greg Wild. I'm from the law firm Tiffany & Bosco. My bar number is 4417. I was recently hired by Bank of New York Mellon. There must have been some communication because I was hired literally the last of July, right before the first week in August, and I just found out about this hearing a few days ago. The information I have, again, is from the first part of August, that the property was clean and secured, that they're passing by weekly. I have been informed that there is an escrow pending for the sale of this property. My client will immediately pay the hard costs, obviously, and is hoping that there might be a reduction in the civil penalties. I saw the photo of the recent camp. That has to have just been done in the last 30 days. And again, I didn't have time to check with my counsel or with my contact. Certainly, my client will immediately seek to remove that camp following all lawful means. Again, my client didn't obtain possession, or excuse me, obtain ownership of this property until October 21st of 2015. It's my understanding many of these penalties are from prior to that. Again, we're hoping that the council will reduce the civil penalties today. If not, I'd ask that the matter be tabled for 30 days until I can secure the property further and obtain further information if the council has further questions.
Can you share with us, thank you, sir, can you share with us what it's in escrow at, what level?
That information I don't have. I wasn't given the particulars, just that the property is in escrow.
Okay, thank you very much. Any, yes, Councilman Barlow, please.
Thank you. Vicki, just run back through the daily civil penalty fees. You say it goes back to July last year?
The daily civil penalties were assessed April 21st, 2015 by the City Council designee of $19,500 for the abatement that was completed. When we completed that abatement, the Bank of New York Mellon and Safeguard Properties.
Who owned the property at that time, Vicki?
The property was owned by John Hernandez.
Okay.
And the bank and the property preservation company were both CC'd on our notice and order, and we included them on all communication about what was going on with this property.
Was this foreclosed-upon property that the bank then took off?
Yes, the bank finally foreclosed on October 15th, 2015.
Again, on that other name?
Yes, they foreclosed on John Hernandez.
Okay.
In July last year?
Yes.
No, October.
October of last year. sorry.
October last year.
Yes.
Okay. And so the bank received the property in October of last year. What has the bank done since that time in regards to anything on the property to date?
Well, you can tell from the pictures that they did secure the property as far as covering the windows and yet it looks like somebody broke back in.
Well, I believe the city of Las Vegas did that. Do you have proof that the bank did anything on the property? I know we went out on the property and secured and did a lot on the property. What do you have to show as far as the bank receiving or have done anything on the property as it relates to this acquisition?
The information I have is that, yes, the city secured the property as far as boarding up the windows and that is the abatement cost. The information I received is the exterior has been kept clean, the weeds, and that the property's been passed by weekly for such inspection.
Right, from the city. But what about the bank? What has the bank done to keep this property free and clear of those issues? I know the city has driven by on a weekly basis.
No, that.
Can I correct you, Councilman?
Just correct me. Help me
Once the
understand.
case is closed, we do not continue monitoring it until we get a request a waiver. But the property preservation was involved with going out to the property, and they should have been checking it at least once a week. So I think that's what he's referring to, is that the
Okay.
property preservation has been going out and keeping up the exterior of the property.
Okay,
That's correct.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, anyone from the public wishing comment on this property or this agenda item, please come forward. Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, I was participating with you and the others as we set up the hearing master situation, and I think these handled 120 cases or something like that and done a good job for the city. But there are times when you have to come back in and do a little correction or a little bit of an adjustment or check the status of a program you've started. And I think this is one of them. So that's why they are here before us today, all of them in Ward 3. You have two very subjective numbers that are being kicked around here. And I don't see anything wrong with voting today on this, by the way, Greg, so just bear with me here. Two very subjective numbers that we deal with, and we sometimes begin to think they are real numbers. One is the size of the civil liens. Now, those are based upon very, very high penalty numbers that we plucked out of the air, and that's before, frankly, before my time, but I think the idea was to get the attention of somebody who had the paper, so that in essence, the cloud was going to be put on the property, and if you didn't do something, you know, it would. Well, what happened is we found in this Great Recession, with all these abandoned homes, that, man, it is important. They're not even getting the mail anymore, so these fines add up to enormous numbers. So it's kind of an artificial number, that penalty. The hard cost, as we call them, are not made up. But in essence, that's based upon bids and expenses incurred by the city and by, the contractors. The second thing is, it looks like when someone says that a house is worth $90,000 on Zillow, we know it's not worth $90,000. We know it's going to take $90,000 to make it worth $90,000. And that's the problem. So again, Zillow, as all the other property comparable sources, have their problems. They don't always work. It's good that there's a lot of transactions in a neighborhood, and you get a feel for the comparables, as any good real estate agent will tell you. So we're relying on a kind of two artificial numbers to get to a number here. So what I really felt like is we bring these here and we reintroduce ourselves to the problem, because again, we can just push this off and deny, and the house will stay vacant, and somebody will have to spend money keeping it up. And in the meantime, the neighbors are plagued by the thievery, and the other criminal activity that goes on by the bums that are living there. And they're not just homeless. There's rings of, I like to say, really the underclass, which has never targeted the white middle-aged bum, and they're around terrorizing the neighborhood. So we got to get an owner in the house. So that's why I asked for it to come today. And important that it may sound like a gift to somebody that I would move to waive 90% of those costs. It's certainly not a gift to Mellon, who they could afford, but they can't move it because it's now in escrow. So we're about to have somebody living there, and I think that's the best thing we can hope for. And so therefore, I will now...
Before you move, if I might,
Yes.
Councilman,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem has a comment or question, please.
No disrespect to you, Councilman Coffin, but I'm having deja vu all over again from the foreclosure crisis that we just came out of this recession. And no disrespect to you too either, sir. But through the mayor, I'm still a little concerned about this. Here's a bank standing in front of us wanting us to waive fees when we created the foreclosure registry ordinance that was a very successful ordinance that kept these properties maintained by the banks. Now, with your permission, Mayor, may I ask the gentleman a question? Sir, did the bank know about these fees before they obtained this property?
Well, certainly they had an obligation to foreclose on the property. They had to foreclose. It's not a voluntary purchase like the previous applicant where they came in and purchased the property knowing about the liens. Again, I can't speak to how long it took to foreclose on this property, if there was a mediation that had to take place, or if there was some request for a loan modification under the Nevada Homeowner Bill of Rights. I can tell you those are the type of litigations that I handle for the banks, and the banks are a little leery about securing properties, wondering if they've been vacant or if the homeowner's seeking some other relief. So it's a tough situation for the bank. I find myself standing up for banks often, and again, I think the better thing is just to get a new owner and have the property cleaned up going forward.
And again, through you, Mayor, if I may, I totally agree with you in regards to getting a new owner in there and a family that's going to take care of the property. That's exactly, I think, what Councilman Coffin is trying to accomplish here. But I still think we're on a slippery slope because not you, the banks, we hold the banks accountable for maintaining these foreclosed properties through that ordinance that we passed when we went through the worst recession in history of this country. And so I'm still a little concerned about going down this path. I'm going to support Councilman, I believe, because I think, Mayor, with your permission also, ladies, are you guys the ones that are purchasing the property? No. Are you associated with this agenda item at all? No, you're not. Then I'm not sure I can support it. If these two people here sat here and said, yes, we're the ones that were trying to buy this house, I could support Councilman Coffin's motion because I know it's going to be, but I'm not. I'm going to support staff.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin
I was
is back
told that
to
a
you.
sale is imminent, and that is, instead of the Bank of New York Mellon here, if we had Joe Blow real estate agent, or whatever that friend is, put a face on this guy here instead of the dollar sign that Mellon gets. Greg, sorry. Thank you. You're the spear carrier for the bank, so you get all the flack. But in fact, a sale is imminent and or in escrow. It would be in escrow the second this goes. Am I correct, Greg?
That's what was reported to me at the end of July, that a sale is pending.
Well, that is the only reason it's here in front of you, Your Honor.
And if I
Right
might
now,
ask,
yeah.
if it falls out of escrow, I think it needs to come back here. And whatever your decision is and what you're going to ask us for.
So you want to make this a conditional reduction?
For
if I'm
the
proposing-
escrow going through, just not to summarily waive it, falls out of escrow, and now you're in a situation where you've given away the penalties and they don't have a sale.
Well, if we've
and
got somebody
I
interested.
don't know legally if you can do that.
We've got somebody interested in mind who's probably going
I'm not sure how we go about tracking that unless this gentleman was willing to give us a daily update or give Vicki a daily update as to where the escrow was. And then I'm just trying to figure out how we would actually have that come back to you once it falls
Isn't
under
there a time limit on an escrow?
No,
Usually?
I think one, and again, just thinking creatively, is that the county can submit the payoff to the escrow company, where it includes a civil penalty with the condition from the city council that if it's paid within 60 days, that civil penalty will be reduced.
There we go. 60 days. I think it's a good offer.
Okay,
Makes sense.
Councilman Barlow wants to comment too, please?
Yeah, I won't belabor this at all, but I just philosophically, I would rather be dealing with an individual who is looking to purchase the property and renovate it versus giving the bank a bailout. I philosophically, I just can't support that, so I won't be voting in favor of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, and Councilman Beers has a comment too, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I too will oppose this motion with all respect to the maker. If there was any good faith here, we'd have seen a check for the amount of what we spent, at least. It was offered here, but it's a bank, so money talks, talk is talk.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to you, Councilman Coffin. And if I may ask one question before I give it back to you totally. Mr. Scott, what was holding that, your comment about a timeline on escrow, money in escrow for a purchase?
I'm not sure if there.
Can't make it conditional to that?
I guess we could make it conditional, similar to what we do, and say if the payment's not received within 60 days, it would then come back to you. So that would mean that the escrow would have to be completed within 60 days and the money given to Mrs. Zuna's office.
Just a suggestion, you could also put in the condition that if it isn't paid or isn't finalized within 60 days and the amount is paid, it reverts back to the original $19,500.
Correct.
Mayor, if I may jump in, I know what we've done in the past also, having gone through a number of these in my ward, is allow the bank to move forward, tell them to move forward with the buyer, and bring the buyer in, and we negotiate with the buyer versus negotiating with the bank. We've done that before in the past as well. So I would be more prone to do that versus negotiating with the bank, because I would rather give the reduction to the individual who's going to actually purchase the property and turn it around. The bank has no interest in doing anything but selling the property. I would rather deal with someone who's going to clean the blight out of Ward 3.
Your Honor, if I
yes.
could just, let me take over on this, because I
Yes,
think we'll just
please.
obey it. And the reason is because we would like to have a realtor or a prospective buyer here who can represent that there is a transaction. You are, Greg, saying there is one, but I get the point that you're a little distant from this because you didn't have enough time to study this case. If that's the case, would 2 weeks be enough time for you to bring together the parties that have supposedly told us and my staff that this is eminently occupiable or eminently selling?
I do believe so. I know that I spoke with staff before, and she said that the next available date would be 30 days from now. I'm not sure if 2 weeks is.
We can do 2 weeks. It's
All
fine.
right, Your Honor, then let's cut this short now, and I move to obey this item without prejudice of any kind to the next City Council meeting, which is in September 20 what?
September 21.
September 21. That is my motion, Your Honor.
Okay, there's a motion to obey this item to September 21. All in favor, please signify by aye on your vote and otherwise, and please post.
Greg, get some bodies here, would you please?
And that motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll see you on the 21st of
Yes, thank
September.
you.
Okay, agenda item 44, also public hearing, possible action to consider a request for waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $3,877.50 in out-of-pocket costs, $19,500 in civil penalties for a total of $23,377.50 with a payment of $220 recorded against the property located at 1725 Canosa Avenue. Property owner is City Developments LLC Series 4, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Mrs. Zuna, floor is yours. There you are, ladies.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. Vicki Ozuna, Code Enforcement Supervisor. The item before you today is a public hearing for a request of waiver of civil penalties and fees for the property at 1725 Canosa Avenue. At the request of the current property owner, Development LLC, Series Number 4, as of July 6, 2016. The request of waiver was submitted regarding a case where Code Enforcement had completed an abatement on November 10, 2015 to secure the property, remove all refuse, waste, high vegetation from all areas of the property, and remove a couple dilapidated sheds from the rear yard. City Council designee approved the lien of assessment on this property on November 24, 2015 for out-of-pocket costs of $3,877.50 and daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total outstanding of $23,377.50. Code Enforcement inspected the property on September 6th and found that the property is currently vacant and is code compliant at this time. Zillow.com value of this property is $127,000. The property owner is requesting all outstanding fees and penalties be waived. Staff recommends denial of any waiver of fees and penalties.
Thank you. And are you the owners or representative of the owners or one of each?
Good morning, Your Honor. Tara Newberry, I'm counsel, attorney of record for City Development. This is the property manager for that entity who has overseen all of the repairs and the things that we've done to cure any of the alleged violations that occurred prior to our ownership status.
Which was when?
May 26th of 2016. The property was auctioned at a public sale. My clients purchased the property and immediately began to abate it themselves. We removed all of the trash, all of the weeds, any of the debris that was on the exterior. We also put in brand new windows behind the boards. We put an alarm system on the property, and we began the structural integrity program with regards to getting the building up to code as requested. And during that inspection that occurred on August 31st, Mr. Egger found that all of the exterior issues had been resolved. The only problem is, at this point, we spent $11,000 doing all of this on the property after paying $116,000 for it at auction, and now we have an additional $40,000 of repairs that have to be completed in order for this building to be occupied by anyone. But more importantly, our goal is to sell it to an owner who will move in and occupy it and take care of the property going forward. The problem we have now is this $20,000 civil penalty has now put us in a situation where we can't finish the rehabilitation, because by the time we put those funds in, we will be entirely upside down on the project.
And was the owner aware at the time of the auction that these penalties existed?
There was an inquiry made to the city the morning of the auction, and we're told that it would not be something that would be held against a new owner. Our understanding, having purchased these properties in prior auctions, and Ms. White Elk, who's with me here today, can elaborate more because she's done many of these projects. What happens is the goal of the investor is to renovate, rehabilitate, and most people to flip the property. But the problem that becomes is there's a chilling effect on wanting to come in and do these types of projects if you have these massive fines and fees and things that you don't necessarily can take into consideration other than the normal rehabilitation. And I know the goal of the city is to have the buildings fixed, to have these properties not be blight, and to have a scenario where your community can look around the neighborhood and see useful, productive occupancy of these buildings. And that's what our intention was in taking over this property. However, now we're in a situation where it just needs so much work that we're asking for the city to take into consideration that we have put in $11,000, and I've got receipts to show you. I have the bids on the property of the work that we'll have to complete before we can even sell it.
Thank you.
If you have any questions regarding the larger issue, the larger scope of these communications that we're receiving, Ms. White Elk can attest to that.
Thank you. I'm going to wait for Councilman Coffin on that. I'm going to open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to make comment on this particular item, please come forward. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, and Councilman Coffin.
Well, wait before he goes, because I know what he's going to do. With your permission, Mayor.
Go for it.
Once again, here we are, Councilman, with an applicant or a requester asking for a waiver, and your client probably knew these fines were attached to this house, and now you want to say, please relinquish the fines. And that's my problem with this. And you ladies probably knew I was going to say that when you came up here. So I can't support it. I apologize. I know what Councilman Coffin's trying to do, but again, I think we're opening a can of worms here. If you are the owner-occupant or buying the house, different story. You're not. You're a property management company. You're legal counsel for the company that bought the home. I think you knew about these, or your client probably knew about these penalties and still went forward to purchase the house. And anyone watching this that's going to invest in these properties is going to say, well, shoot, we'll go down to the auction house too and stand on the steps and buy these houses with these big penalties. The city will just waive them. I'm not going to support that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, back to Councilman Coffin.
I have questions too, and primarily because I have not talked to anybody on this issue. I was led to believe, and I think my staff was led to believe by somebody, but it may have been third hand, that a sale was imminent and that in essence this would be occupied by somebody. So I don't know how that happened. Karen, can you tell me something about that? Is that your name, Karen?
No, I'm sorry, it's Tara.
Tara?
Councilman, we had looked at selling the property, but unfortunately we can't finish the rehabilitation. And so we've got ourselves into a stalemate scenario where the code violation and the lien on the property is an impediment to getting the transaction completed. So we can't finish the rehabilitation work at this point. The general contractor gave us bids and estimates. We're hoping that we could get this reduction so we can finish the work and then sell the property. That is our goal. As far as the amount of the liens, we had no knowledge of what the amount of the lien was prior to the sale. We just knew there was a lien. And the inquiry that was made to try to find out what the lien amount was, the response was, don't worry about it. I'm sure you can get it waived, something to that effect. The problem is, had we called and they said it was $23,000, we wouldn't have purchased the property, paying $116,000 for it. But that wasn't that information. The total amount of the lien wasn't disclosed. And as I'm sure as you've seen in numerous of these hearings, the fees can be $220, and obviously they can get up to $22,000. And I don't believe my clients had any reasonable expectation they'd be facing a $22,000 lien. And all of the penalties and all of the violations cited here happened way before the foreclosure auction even happened. And my clients immediately upon purchasing the property began the rehab work that they could do to make it secure. And I have pictures of all of the repairs that have been done to it if you would like to review it, as well as these estimates that show the remainder of work we have to do in addition to what's already been done. As far as the transaction, Ms. White Elk is a real estate broker, and she can explain that if you would allow her to respond
Well,
to your
I'd like to
question.
hear from her. She's been standing there waiting to talk. Please identify yourself.
Yes, sir. We do have a couple buyers who would like to buy the property. There's several buyers in that area.
If you don't mind your name, please.
Sorry,
Your
Brandy
name.
White Elk.
Great, thank you.
We do have quite a few buyers. We do have it listed right now. The challenge is what the property's worth. You can't get, it's not a financeable property at this time. We purchase properties to kind of rehabilitate neighborhoods and get families in. I'm not much of a flipper to flip it to an investor. I work with investors to help get families into property. So this specific property, for us to rehabilitate it to a financeable opportunity for a homeowner to come in and purchase the property is going to be significant.
Okay.
When we purchased the property, we did not realize, and the gentleman who purchased the property hired the bidder to do it, and the bidder didn't tell us that the lien was this large. We had no idea that it was this big. Otherwise, we wouldn't have bought the property. We've purchased properties in the past, and we've been able to go in there and make the corrections, and the city has been pretty awesome as far as working with us in the past. But unfortunately, this specific case, we didn't know that it was this large.
And if I may interrupt you then,
Yes, sir.
Ms. White Elk, I love that name.
Thank you.
It is, this is a good time to remind the council of a problem we've got. If, in essence, this is your problem though, Tara, and whoever else selected a bidder, and that is that real due diligence was not done on the debts on this property. That's number one. That's on you guys. If due diligence had been done, there probably would not have been a bid. How high was the second bid on this?
Pardon?
Do you know?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
How high was the second bid on this?
Oh, we weren't at the auction. The bidder was at the auction. We don't know
Okay.
the bid
The
amount.
reason I say this, council members, we have a real dilemma on our hands here. Okay, so let's say that they knew everything going in. They wouldn't have bid. Nobody would have bid, and we would have had another one of hundreds of distressed properties in the hands of the treasurer in limbo. We've got them all over the place, all over, and they're falling into disrepair, getting worse. And this is a real different thing because no one owns them. There is no responsible party. Now, there's a bunch of them in Ward 3. So if we get a chance to find a responsible party, literally, we've got one in front of us. Granted, they're going to lose some money on this transaction. I don't know how bad their general contractor is at estimating costs. I just don't, because you didn't go into this with eyes open, I almost want to obey this to find out more about it because it's an intriguing case and it presents a problem. I have had a request in for a bill draft for a long time, and I think it's become very difficult to draft. But it has to do with how do we get properties like this out of the public domain. There's an owner's name out there, and there's a treasurer, but it's in limbo. They don't really own it. Theoretically, they own the lien, and they're trying to get rid of it on our behalf as taxpayers, but nobody bids. So what do? We can yell at them and say, well, it's a property management company. They should have known, as I'm doing. But on the other hand, if they had known, nothing would have happened. It's really a conundrum for which there may not be a solution. And I know there is one somewhere if we can artistically draft a bill to allow us to come in and take ownership of some of these places that have no legitimate parents, if you will. It's like custody of the city instead of the county treasurer. So this is exactly one of those cases. And I frankly don't want to see it go back into the hands and not get auctioned again. I'm willing to make a step forward here today and see if there's the votes to move this back because this neighborhood is desperate. These are really nice homes in this area. I am surprised that Zillow is this high because of the condition, because the neighborhood is really nice. It's down there in that Crestwood area, and we know that they're hanging on. A lot of investment there. So I'm going to move and see how the votes fall to waive 90% of the soft costs, none of the hard costs, none of them, but that's a 3,000 something. Can you give me the numbers, Vicki, so that we can plug them in and see if this motion passes?
If you waive 90% of the civil penalties, the remaining outstanding penalties will be $1,950.
And what was the total hard cost?
The hard costs on this one are $3,877.50.
Okay, so about $5,700 thereabouts will be what they have to pay within 30 days. That is my motion, that we waive the soft cost to the extent of 90%. Charge all of the hard costs, which have been spent by the city already, and have payment within 30 days.
And that's your motion?
That is my motion.
Okay.
Before we vote, Mayor.
Yes.
I recognize the conundrum that we are in because of these properties. And it's hard for me not to support Councilman Coffin because of the issue in getting families in these homes. Absolutely support that. At the risk of going against my better judgment, Councilman, I'm going to support your motion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilman.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Councilman Beers? There you go. Motion. Briefly.
I'd like to thank
carries.
the council for this, but Terry and Ms. White Elk, we've got to know more about this process. I want to see you all next week in my offices, and my representative is in the back of the room. He's going to collar you. He used to be in law enforcement. He knows how to do that. And the reason is I want to get some feedback from you on how we best can intercept these kinds of things before they go to bid, and then the costs are discovered, and then there's a default of some kind. It is really, really serious. So, Your Honor, our staff has got a map of all these kinds of properties, not just abandoned, lousy properties, the properties that are in limbo as we and the treasurer,
No, we need to track
county
them,
treasurer have tried to figure
especially
out.
where you've gotten a vote like this. It really is important to deliver the product and show that the vote and confidence of the councilmen and support of the council really works, because it will set a future pathway for us, and if it doesn't work, we're in trouble.
Yes, Your Honor, so we're going to have a meeting with the city attorney.
Councilman
And you-
Beers had a comment. if it's
Oh, yeah.
Okay, please.
Well, the solution is to do your due diligence as a buyer. That's why real estate brokers exist. Ms. White Elk has been one for 10 years, according to our website.
I could not disagree with you. Councilman Beers, here is the thing. As due diligence is done around town, we find out these properties are valueless. And so they just sit in the neighborhood like toadstools, you know, getting moldier and moldier. And it's worse and worse for the general public. And so for the general welfare, and I think the council here, legal counsel, city attorney here, can sort of tell that this is for the general welfare of the community. It is not to make anybody richer. It is not to penalize anybody. It is to save neighborhoods. And there's a general welfare in our powers that supersedes some of the other things that we do here. And we've got to involve the welfare of the general welfare of the
Well,
city.
and it's a positive statement we're making here. We believe in the community, and so we're.
Well, I'm uncomfortable doing exactly what we're doing
Right.
today, but I wanted to get this neighborhood a
Good.
start again.
No, I think it's very.
That's the only reason we're doing it. Thank you
Great.
very much for your
Thank you.
unanimous support.
Thank you. Good luck. We're watching.
Thank you, council.
Thanks. Okay, items 45 through 47 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. So, agenda item 45, EOT 64070, applicant Fifth Street Gaming LLC, owner 899 Fremont LLC, and a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming liquor establishment tavern use at 899 Fremont Street, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. And 46, EOT 65658, applicant owner, Industrial Road 2440-2497 LLC, on a request for extension of time for a non-conforming use tavern at 2476 Industrial Zone, Ward 3, also with Councilman Coffin. And I wonder if we want to go ahead with those two and separate yours out, or no?
No.
Okay. Agenda item 47, ROC 65822, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, and a request for review a condition of an approved vacation 42250, to modify conditions 1 and 2 to allow the vacation of BLM Grant N 77772 Sheep Mountain Parkway to record in 2 phases in accordance with the approved development agreement, Ward 6, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Ross. All items are recommended for approval by staff and are public hearings, which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on these items? Okay, seeing none, I'll close public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for item 45 through 47?
I would move to approve agenda items 45 through 47.
Okay, there's a motion to approve 45 through 47. Please vote and please post. Do you want to do an oral?
Verbal? Yes, the aye.
Aye. Councilman Coffin. And post, please. Motion carries. Agenda items 48 and 49, VAR 61297, a request for variance to allow 9 parking spaces where 12 spaces are required, and 49 SDR 61298, a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 6-unit, 2-story multifamily residential building with waivers to allow a 4-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the south perimeter with 10 feet required, and to allow a 0-foot buffer along a portion of the west perimeter where 5 feet is the minimum required. The applicant is Armando Manares, and the owner is Velia I. Waite on .24 acres located on the north side of McWilliams Avenue, approximately 105 feet west of F Street, R-3 medium-density residential zone. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on both items. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow, or public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Hello.
And your name, sir, please.
Armando Monares.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. These items were previously tabled at the January 20, 2016 City Council meeting to allow the applicant ample time to work with both staff and the council office. Project has been redesigned and reconfigured to address building aesthetics, parking lot configuration, landscape requirements, and the number of stories within the building. The proposed development is consistent with policies in the 2020 master plan, which encourage neighborhood revitalization through a variety of incentives, including relaxation of setback requirements and the development of 2-, 3-, and 4-plex housing opportunities. For these reasons, staff recommends approval of the site development plan review and associated variance application.
Wow, it looks beautiful. Okay, anyone wishing to be heard on this item from the public? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close public hearing. And Councilman Barlow, do you have a motion on 48?
Yes, Mayor. I just want to thank the applicant so very much for working with my staff and I in regards to the reconfiguration of what was originally proposed. It did not fit the schematic nor the layout of what the Hunter plan that we've been working on so diligently in this area. And so having this new product and the style and the element of the texture and also the layout meets that requirement that we've established within the parameters of the Hunter plan. And so for that, I'm going to move for approval subject to all conditions on this item. And thank you once again, Armando, for working with my staff to switch this design up to fit the master plan
Beautiful.
layout moving forward.
It really is beautiful. Good job. So motion to approve on 48? Please vote. And Councilman Coffin, you can call down. Thank you. And please post. He's not here. Okay, motion carries. And on agenda item 49, please.
Yes, my comments are should reflect also item 49 as it relates to what I stated previously. So moved for approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve on 49. Please vote. Councilmen. How say you? Okay. And please post. That motion carries. Good job. Wonderful.
Thank you.
When is it going to be finished?
I'm hoping by the end of next summer.
Excellent. Wonderful.
We'll be there.
Thank you. Good luck. Okay, agenda item 50, SDR 63197, public hearing, applicant owner, Owen Star LLC for possible action or request for a site development plan review for a waiver to allow 0-foot landscape buffer where 8 feet is required along a portion of the southern property line at 3955 East Owens Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5. Councilman Barlow, note this item is located actually in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant present? I have a feeling, Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Since 2005, the landscape materials in the shopping center's landscape buffer areas and parking lot areas have been reduced significantly without being replaced as required. In addition, the 8-foot landscape buffer located along the south property line behind the buildings has been removed and replaced with concrete. Staff finds the reduction in landscape materials does not provide adequate buffering to the adjacent residential land use to the south, and that the requested waiver and associated exception are not warranted. Staff has also noted that since the abeyance of this item at the July 20, 2016 City Council meeting, little to no improvements to the site have been made as of August 22, 2016. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? I'll close public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, I support our staff on this. Our staff has driven this property. I've looked at it. I cannot see where we can go against them and the Planning Commission. There's just no forgiveness. Apparently no one here make a last-minute appeal either on that. So they may have gotten the word that we can't accept that, and they've got to landscape the place. Thank you. So I now move for essentially follow staff recommendation on this, which is to deny.
Okay, there's a motion to deny and follow staff's recommendation. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Items 51 through 53. 51, GPA 64582, and a request for a general plan amendment from SC Service Commercial to GC General Commercial. 52, ZON 64583, and a request for rezoning from C1 Limited Commercial to C2 General Commercial. And agenda item 53, SDR 64584, on a request for site development plan review for proposed 21,440 square foot wholesale showroom facility C1 Limited Commercial Zone, proposed C2 General Commercial. The applicant owner is Richie Lots, 1.63 acres at 4021 North Rancho Drive. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on 3 items. These are in Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony, and are public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant present or representative? Please come forward and state your name, and while we're doing this, I'm going to ask Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. This commercial project is appropriate for the site as part of an existing commercial subdivision. The parcel fronts onto Rancho Drive and is surrounded on all sides by existing or planned commercial developments. All development standards are being met, other than one exception, which is to allow 5 parking lot islands as opposed to 6. Therefore, staff recommends approval of all 3 application requests.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? I'll close public hearing, and sir, if you'll announce yourself and tell us.
My name's Richie Latz, and you want me to tell you what?
Are there any questions, anything you'd like to do to promote what you're after, or if you have nothing to say, I'll turn it over to Councilman Anthony.
We're just trying to do the zone change to fit my business. So
Okay, sounds reasonable.
that's all I have to say.
Councilman Anthony, go for it.
Item 51, I will make a motion to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. On agenda item 51, there's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. 52, please.
Make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
There's a motion on 52. Please vote and please post. And that carries. And finally, on 53.
Motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
And also on agenda item 53, there's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. You didn't have to say anything. That was simple. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 54 and 55. 54, GPA 64764, on a request for a general plan amendment from M medium density residential to O office. And 55, ZON 64765, and a request for a rezoning from R-TH single family attached to PO professional office. The applicant is D.R. Horton, Inc. The owner is J. Bruce Alverson, Ltd., on 2.22 acres, south side of Charleston Boulevard, 160 feet west of Teneo Way. On item 54, staff recommends approval, and Planning Commission failed to obtain a supermajority, which is tantamount to a denial recommendation. On 55, Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Public hearings, which I declare open, and is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant, D.R. Horton. If I could direct your attention to the overhead. This property is located on Charleston, near Tenea. D.R. Horton originally was under contract to do some multifamily homes on this small infill parcel. Unfortunately, that deal fell through, and so the owner of the property has asked us to request that the prior zoning revert back, which was office designation for both the general plan and for the zoning. So that's our request today. We very much appreciate staff's recommendation of approval and planning's recommendation of approval in theory, although the supermajority did fail on the general plan. But we
Thank
ask
you.
for your approval today.
Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? I will close public hearing then, and who is acting on behalf? Councilman Barlow, are you?
Just point of clarification. So the council approved the residential at some past date.
Correct. Just a couple months ago, we were
Right.
before you.
So
yes.
I remember this, and now they're asking for it to be reverted back to office?
They are, the property owners actually asked the applicant to revert it back since the development fell through, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So who is representing Councilwoman?
Councilman Barlow?
Councilman Barlow?
Do you represent Councilman?
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
So on agenda
just-
item 54.
Yes, just give me 1 second. If Kim is still in the back, ask Kim to come forward real quick. Because I don't have.
If it helps, we have had discussions with the councilwoman's office on this.
Okay, just give me 1 second, just
Okay.
1 second.
We're passing the baton, is what we're doing.
That's fine.
Take a break and eat.
Yeah, right. No, no, we're not. No, 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 no.
Your Honor, would you like a staff report to fill some time?
Yes, let's do that.
Okay, here we go. The proposal for the property to revert back to commercial, as Ms. Allen said, after the proposed residential development was abandoned, and since this was zoning and land use that was existing prior to that change, and is simply reverting it back, staff is recommending approval.
Thank you. We have passed the baton. Councilman Barlow, go for 54, please.
Okay, so for 54, we'll move for approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you. This motion
There we
on
go.
54,
Thank
please
you.
vote. And please post. Motion carries. And on 55, Councilman?
Move for approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 56. Please vote. Please post. And that carries also.
Thank you very
Thanks so
much.
much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Agenda items, don't go so fast. Don't leave, Councilman, because that's, you have 56 and 57 as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Agenda item 56, GPA 6473, and a request for a general plan amendment from M medium density residential to SC service commercial. 57 ZON 64774, and a request for rezoning from R-TH single family attached to C1 limited commercial. The applicant is D.R. Horton, Inc. Owner is Diamond Creek Holdings, LLC, on 2.54 acres located south side of Charleston Boulevard, 782 feet west of Rainbow Boulevard. The item 56, staff recommends approval. Planning Commission failed to obtain a supermajority, which is tantamount to a denial again. On item 57, planning and staff recommend approval. These are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian, a public hearings which I declare open. Is this applicant's representative present?
Again, Madam Mayor, Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant. We very much appreciate staff's recommendation of approval, and I'll turn it over to staff if that's okay, and answer any questions.
Okay. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard on these items? I'll close public hearing. Mr. Perigo, you're on a roll.
Thank you, Your Honor. Similar to the last two items, the request is to revert back to commercial use after a proposed residential development was abandoned. As such, staff is recommending approval.
Thank you very much. Councilman Barlow, on behalf of Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Move for approval subject to all conditions.
On agenda item 56 is a motion to approve. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. And on 57, Councilman,
Move for approval subject to all
Thank you.
conditions.
there's a motion to approve on agenda item 57. Please vote and please post. And that carries as well.
Thank you very
Ms.
much.
Allen.
Appreciate it.
Okay, items 58 through 60, GPA 64811, and a request for a general plan amendment from PCD Plan Community Development to SC Service Commercial. And 59, and related items ZON 64812, and a request for a rezoning from PD Plan Development to C1 Limited Commercial on 4.27 acres, southeast corner of Deer Springs and Wallapai. And agenda item 60, TMP 64814, and a request for a tentative map for a two-lot commercial subdivision on 14.27 acres, southeast corner Deer Springs Way and Wallapai Way, PD Plan Development C1 Limited Commercial Zones, proposed C1 Limited Commercial. On items 58 and 59, the applicant is Providence Plaza LLC, and the owner is Providence Plaza Exchange LLC. On item 60, the applicant is Large Properties, and the owner is Providence Plaza Exchange LLC et al. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on all three items. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Ross, and are public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? You're on a roll.
I am on a roll. Again, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant, Lorich Property Groups. This is an exciting project. It's located at the corner, if I could show you on the overhead, at the corner of Hualapai and the 215 in the northwest. The two parcels just to the east of it have previously been zoned commercial, so this is a request to designate this property as commercial as well. It'll create the ability for 15 acres or approximately 15 acres to have a commercial shopping center and hopefully a grocery store on this property in the future. So you should be seeing a follow-up application for the actual design of the overall project. We appreciate staff's recommendation of approval, and we'd respectfully request your approval.
Wonderful. That sounds good. Everybody likes to buy groceries. Anyone from the public that's come on these items? I'll close the public hearing, turn it over to Mr. Perrigo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The site was formerly an approved Providence Square Master Plan Commercial Center that was not constructed. In order to create lots with a single unified land use and zoning designation, the zoning and underlying general plan land use designation must be changed to C1 and SC on the westernmost parcel to match the other two parcels. Staff is in support of the proposed applications as they would create a consistent land use and zoning on the subject site. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman, how about on 58?
Would move to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation on agenda item 58.
Thank you very much. Is a motion to approve on 58? Please vote and please post. Motion carries.
Likewise on 59.
You have a question?
No, just likewise on
Oh,
agenda item
likewise on 59, okay. There's motion to approve on 59. Please vote and please post. Ms. Allen is doing a superior job.
Yeah, she's
She can go home a winner.
got a heavy load today.
Yes, she does. Okay, and that carries. And number 60.
I would move to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval as well.
Wonderful. There's a motion on agenda item 60. Please vote and please post that one.
And this is exciting, Ms. Allen. We can't wait. Folks out there in Providence are looking forward to it.
Motion carries. So who's going in? Smith's, Albertsons,
I'm not sure we're at liberty to say just yet.
Trader Joe's. Oh,
One of those,
Yes.
hopefully. I don't.
One of the above?
Yes.
of course, Target's
Thank you
selling
very
food
much.
now, too. Everybody's selling food. Great.
Thank
Good
you,
luck.
appreciate it.
Okay, agenda item 6162. ZON 64975, and a request for rezoning from RE Residence Estate to R3 Medium Density Residential, and on 62 SDR 64976, on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 30-unit multifamily residential development with a waiver of perimeter landscape standards to allow a 0-foot buffer along the east property line where 6 feet is required. The applicant owner is Sandhill Villas LLC on 1.26 acres, southeast corner of Owens Avenue, Sandhill Road, R3 Residence Estate Zone. Proposed R3 medium density residential. Planning Commission staff recommend approval on both items. These are in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Public hearings which I declare open. Well, you don't look like Miss Allen. We have a change up there. And you are, sir?
I am Luis Gutierrez, owner of Sand Hill Villas, LLC.
Wonderful. Okay, Mr. Barrago.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The requested rezoning of the property is in conformance with the general plan, as well as the proposed development is generally in conformance with Title 19. This is essentially a narrow infill parcel that originally was intended to contain a similar development. The applicant will be able to meet complete street standards along Sand Hill Road, in addition to buffering the frontages. For these reasons, staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone here on these items? I'll close public hearing and turn these over to you, Councilman Coffin.
One question I have, and I think I'm in favor of this, but I wanted to make sure level of protest due to the fact that we're talking about a residential area there. Is it because the wash really intervenes and kind of mitigates what any worries people have had? This passed unanimously at the planning, right?
Yes.
Okay, so, I mean, did anybody show up to protest?
I don't believe so.
Okay, all right, well, that's good, because I recognize these awkward places where they're near the wash, and distances sometimes don't mean anything. All right, then I will now move for approval following staff recommendations and planning commission approval.
All right, there's a motion to approve agenda item 61. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And on agenda item 62.
Tom, are you going to report 62?
It's the second one to it. They're coupled. It's approved.
I'm sorry?
It's just your motion to approve on
I'll
62.
move to follow
Okay.
staff and planning commission recommendation.
Okay, there's a motion on 62. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Agenda items 63 through 69. 63. Let me see, whose are these? We're all over the place. Darkanian, are we ready for these, Councilman? Okay. 63, GPA 64870, on a request for a general plan amendment from MXU mixed use, M medium density residential, and H high density residential to SC surface commercial on 20.55 acres at 2750 and 2550 South Rancho Drive, 2501 Wyandotte Street, and 2411 West Sahara Boulevard. Agenda item 64, ZON 64871, on a request for a rezoning from R4 high-density residential to C1 limited commercial on 3.03 acres at 2501 Wyandotte. Agenda item 65, SUP 64872, on a request for a special use permit for proposed 42,252 square foot expansion to an existing gaming establishment, non-restricted use. And related item SUP 64873, and a request for a special use permit for proposed 335-foot building height within the airport overlay district, where 175 feet is the maximum height allowed. And related item SUP 64874, on a request for a special use permit for proposed expansion to an existing hotel, 2411 at West Sahara Avenue, C1 limited commercial to R4 high-density residential zones, proposed C1 limited commercial. 68 and 69 SDR 64875, and a request for a site development plan review for 176,693 square foot expansion of an existing hotel casino, including a new 335-foot tall hotel tower, exterior facade improvements, parking, and landscaping enhancements. And I'm very excited to know where this is. And a central utility plant on 30.05 acres at 2411 West Sahara Avenue. And related item TMP 64882, and a request for a tentative map for a one-lot commercial subdivision, southwest corner of Rancho Drive and West Sahara, C1 limited commercial, R4 high-density residential zones, proposed C1 limited commercial. Applicant owner is NP Palace LLC. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on all 7 items. These are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. In a public hearing, items I declare it open. And is the applicant or representative? Yes, present.
Your Honor and members of the council, for the record, my name is Richard Bryan, and I'm proud to be here as the applicant's counsel. Joining me is Mr. Joe Haley, who is the Senior Vice President of Construction and Design, and I would be remiss if I did acknowledge the presence of Terry Murphy, a longtime consultant with Stations, who many of us affectionately refer to because of her fine work a few decades ago as the Turtle Lady, who has helped us with the tortoise problem that was a crisis here in southern Nevada a few years back. In 1960 was a milestone year for the city of Las Vegas. For the first time, Las Vegas became the largest city in Nevada. And it was the same year that Frank Fertitta came to Las Vegas looking for opportunity. And he found it in the resort hotel industry. Initially, he was a bellman at the Tropicana Hotel, and before he finished his career as an employee, he became general manager of the Fremont. His dream had always been to have a residential-friendly property west of the Strip, and that dream became a reality in 1976 with the opening of, at that time, it was the Bingo Palace, later the Palace Station. He and his sons, later Frank Fertitta III, Lorenzo, now have expanded those operations to include 21 properties that employ 12,000 people. This is a significant upgrade of that property. Mr. Haley can explain it in more detail in a moment, but it includes a new tower, a new bingo room, a new buffet, 2 new restaurants, modernizing the facade, landscaping improvements. There were 3 neighborhood meetings. They were positive. 2 questions arose. Will you keep the oyster bar? The answer is yes. And how soon was the second? We appreciate the staff's approval. The Planning Commission gave its unanimous approval as well. And I would yield to Mr. Haley here for any questions that the council may have. But if we get in trouble, we've got Terry Murphy waiting there in the audience to help us out.
Well, thank you. As the senator said, I'm Joe Haley, Senior Vice President of Design and Construction for Station Casinos. I'm excited to walk you through our plans for improvement and renovation of the property. And I did learn something new today about Terry. I'll have to remember Turtle Woman. That'll be an interesting one.
Our ambassador to Ireland.
Yes. So looking at the screen, I'd like to start with the zoning and land use changes so you can understand that. The parcel that Palace Station currently sits on is this black line here. And as you can see, there is a piece of that that is zoned high-density residential, where the rest of the land is C1 zoning. So what we're looking to do is just bring all of that land that Palace currently sits on into the same zoning conformance. Similarly, on the land use as well, you can see there's 3 parcels, some zoned H, M, and mixed use as well, that we'd like to bring to service commercial, so that the entire property and project is all in the same conforming use. As far as the project itself, I wanted to orient you a little bit on the existing property, so you understand what renovations we're doing. Sahara Avenue is right here. We've got I-15 and Teddy are really the roads that border Palace Station. Let me point out, here is the Courtyard Hotel, which is the original hotel for the property, and this right here is the original Bingo Palace, so the very first piece of construction that that the Fertittas embarked on. This, as well as the bingo room as it exists right now. Areas that we'll be affecting with the renovation, we're looking to take down the bingo room and the original Bingo Palace, ultimately the courtyard rooms as well, and then we're looking to add a new bingo room and a porte-cochere to the front of the property. Looking at it in detail, make sure you can see it. We're looking to embark on this thing in several phases. First, it would be build our new bingo room right here. Once the bingo room got built, then we could come in and demolish the original Bingo Palace, the bingo room, and a section of the courtyard rooms in order to build this section as kind of our second phase. Then this first phase, or the second phase, would consist of a new buffet, 2 new restaurants, and a lot of infrastructure for the future. This will be a new loading dock and really all new utility services to the property. Reason that this gets built first is because with the improvements that we're doing, we need new, we have upgraded power requirements, sewer, water, all of that. And because everything runs through the location for the future hotel, we have to get all the infrastructure in the initial phase and then come back and do the balance. In the next phase, we would build a new hotel tower, which sits right here. The existing hotel tower is adjacent to it. We would make improvements to the existing casino and some modifications. The oyster bar would be relocated from here to here. Our charcoal room, which is our steakhouse, would also get relocated over here. Make room for a potential another restaurant, which would have a placeholder for a noodle bar. And then we would move the cage and consolidate that here and put a new bar or lounge in the center of the property. So essentially this would be all gaming around that, the new cage and lounge. Also part of the expansion would, to support the hotel room, would be a new convention center. So this would be our new convention center. There's approximately 40,000 square foot of new rentable space. A new resort pool with cabanas, nice outdoor area, and then a lounge bar, kind of pool bar as well. This would be our central plant, and this would be parking primarily for people that wanted to come to the convention area and not have to walk to the casino, so that we could have separate parking here and a separate entry. On the second floor, above this expansion, so really right above the buffet and the restaurants, we're looking at a small boutique cinema, similar to like the Summerlin cinemas, so 5-6 boxes, a small bowling alley, and then what we've looked at is a rooftop kind of bar or terrace that I'll show you in some of the elevations that could go along with one of the restaurant ideas, so that it's kind of a 2-level restaurant and outdoor area. This is the hotel, which really is back of house and mezzanine space. These are plans of just the hotel itself. These are really typical rooms on what our template would look like on the tower. It's a 24-story tower, as you said, 35 feet high. And then on the roof, we're proposing a rooftop kind of restaurant lounge, outdoor terrace, overlooking the strip as well.
Good. Mm-hmm.
These are some renderings of what we're looking at on the hotel. So very modern look on the new property, and as part of really the second phase, we're also going to renovate the entire low-rise facade. So take off the old train theme and really make it more contemporary, update it. This is that 2-story restaurant that I was talking about. There's the new porte cochere, kind of new valet drop-off area, and then this is the idea for the new facade.
Beautiful.
This is the same shot, just a night view of what the tower would look like. And this would be a view from the other direction coming from the south on I-15. So this is the convention center that you're seeing in the background.
Are you able to change the lights like we can on City Hall on the exterior of the building?
Change them, meaning?
You know, we can make the City Hall any color we want. We're making it gold tonight for children's cancer, but wondering, are you going to have yours in different light?
We've looked at that. I'm not sure yet. There's an LED option that we're looking at. The entire kind of lighting and sign package is something we're going to come back in with a sign review as well, because we've put placeholders in here of what signage might be, but we also have our 2 pylon signs that we may want to adjust as well or make look a little more modern. So we're going to come back with that, and I can let you know where we end
One
up.
other question, because I listen to my council, even though they don't think I do, when I'm supposed to be paying attention forward, my ear is always there. I know that Project Neon is going through a study from our neighborhood, which is Scotch 80s,
Right.
to bring the Project Neon or the extension from Oki all the way to Desert Inn.
We've talked to Project Neon. We've met with them, I think, at least 2 occasions and talked to them about the potential for that. I know that the first phase that they're working on right now, everything's really coordinated and
Right.
works. It's
They're
that
just
future-
under study, but it's that piece from Oki that drives all the way to Desert Inn.
Right.
So that's going to come, and just didn't know if it did anything, hearing comments over here. Are you sacrosanct still with the plan?
Yeah, you know what, everything's still intact. I mean, we're coordinated there. There's been some other recent ideas that they just came to us with last week about some other connection that we still have to study, but everything right now
That
that's
looks
on the books is
beautiful.
good.
Looks beautiful. I
Your
hope
Honor.
they don't interface.
Mayor.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Joe, do you know what the word NIT is?
Niche?
NIT, N-I-T, NIT?
Yes.
NIT is a measurement of light from LED signs. I am a genius on this, right? I just learned the name. I can see the family wanting to make this the world's largest LED lighted sign integrated into the whole body of the tower on a busy interstate highway. So you're going to learn about the intensity of light and how bright it can be and can't be, and how much movement it can and cannot show on an interstate highway. But it's hard to resist with a wall like that. It's kind of like a free sign, and you might as well use it. You probably will.
Well, we've talked about it, but we haven't made any decision yet. Part of it's driven by cost and also what we do with the other pylon signs. Because we have a pylon sign right adjacent to this that really kind of, blocks some of the tower view, and so we're still kind of in the study mode.
Just make the building the sign,
Yeah.
Joe. I mean, I think the Fertittas know how to do that. We'll definitely be looking for it, because I'm sure, the mayor talked about lighting our building. We do that in an indirect way, but it's very functional and not expensive. But I can see where you could do something, and you just call it like Frank's Place, or Frank and Carl's, something like that, going way, way back.
Yeah.
It's really going to be a wonderful, welcome addition. But sorry I interrupted
Thank you. No.
I couldn't resist.
Now, since Councilman Coffin has said his say, now Councilman Beers has a comment. Watch out.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just really curious what the answer was to the second question that you got, Senator Bryan. How soon?
How soon?
Yeah.
We would be ready to start the bingo expansion, really hopefully as early as October. We've already submitted plans and are actually essentially done with plan review at this point, waiting on the approval here. So
And as you know, Councilman, the Gregorian calendar, that's just next month. Yes, so that's soon, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and we're looking at a 6-month duration for the bingo room build, and then adjacent right after that we would start with the demo and the new buffet and the rest of the restaurants in the low rise.
When you go back to 2 slides ago, I think, and you were just showing the graphics there's a big white square behind your convention space. What's that?
I think the parking area, let me see.
Well, to the south was parking. It showed parking for the convention. Yeah, that big square there.
Right here?
Nope, higher up. Over to the left.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
That's our existing parking garage.
Oh, okay. And how many spaces does that hold? Will it be enough for the whole property except for the addition over here?
Yes, we've already been through a parking analysis and traffic studies, but we have a parking garage here and one here as well.
Okay.
And with this, we're well parked.
It's wonderful. Was there more since I interrupted you? I'm sorry. And
Yeah,
then
the
there were
only
others.
other slide I had was really just one of the elevations of the entire low rise. It's a little hard to see here, but it's one of the pieces we put in with our submittal package.
Because I see you moved in and built that when we moved into our home. So I look every morning and every afternoon when I leave or come in, there you are. So this is really exciting. It's going to be beautiful. And I'm going to open it up to the public. Anybody want to come up and applaud? Okay, I'm going to close public hearing. And Councilman Barlow for Councilwoman. And Councilwoman, if you're watching, we are really for this. Great.
Yeah, this is very
staff,
exciting.
wait.
I'm sorry.
Time out, so sorry. I forgot the staff on this
Okay.
one.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've asked Mr. Lowenstein to make the presentation.
Madam Mayor, the general
That's a
plan...
bad sign, usually. He's the
Not in this
tidings.
instance.
Okay, good. You lucky guy.
Madam Mayor, the general plan amendment and rezoning are housekeeping items that would provide consistent land use and zoning across the site and allow for the remapping into the single lot commercial subdivision. Staff supports all these requests as the site is appropriate location for the uses both existing and proposed. Thank you.
Wonderful. I'm so glad you let him do that. Okay, back to you, Councilman Barlow.
Mr. Lowenstein's 32nd of fame. Congratulations.
No, he usually gets the nose.
I know.
Tom keeps
The elements,
goodies.
the elements of the new design, the second tower reminds me of the St. Regis as far as their design of their hotel. It looks really good. Looks really good. So on behalf of the councilwoman and the conditions that have been read into the record so eloquently by Mr. Lowenstein, I'm going to move forward for approval subject to all conditions of item number 63.
Okay, there's a motion to approve 63, subject to all conditions. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. 64, please.
And on item number 64, I'm going to move for approval subject to all conditions.
64, please vote. Motion to approve. Please post. Motion carries. On 65-67. Oh,
65.
all right, 65.
Yes. On the special use permit, we'll move for approval subject to all conditions.
Okay, there's a motion on 65. Well, I don't know, I was just reading what was here. But we have to take them individually. They're right. Please vote and please post. Yeah. And 66 isn't really here, but it's all caught together. So on 66, please.
On item number 66, we'll move for approval subject to all conditions.
And there's a motion on 66. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. And on 67.
On 67, move for approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you. And on 67, please vote and please post. Motion carries. On 68.
And on 68, and just point of clarification, I'd said that the elements look like the St. Regis. I meant the Ritz-Carlton is what I was thinking about as far as the color design and the scheme. And once again, beautiful job. I'm looking forward to this being adjacent to I-15. It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful looking building coming down the freeway, specifically with the expansion of Project Neon. So congratulations and good luck to you all moving forward. Having said that, move for approval subject to all conditions.
Okay, please, on 68, there's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. And on 69, Councilman, on 69.
On 69, we'll move for approval subject to all conditions.
And there's a motion on agenda item 69. Please vote and please post. Bravo. Best of everything.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor and Mayor,
Thank you.
Council.
Thank you, Council.
Wonderful. We look forward to this. Okay, agenda item 70, SUP 64491, public hearing, applicant owner Glenn Rubin, owner Douglas B. Kays et al. Possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 9,450 square foot motor scooter sales use within an existing swap meet with a waiver to allow outdoor display and sales at 1717 South Decatur. C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. And is the applicant or representative present?
Yeah, Glenn Rubin,
How are you?
applicant. Hi.
Wonderful. Let's hear from Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've asked Mr. Lowenstein to make the presentation.
Madam Mayor, staff finds that the proposed motorcycle and scooter use cannot be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the surrounding land uses and is recommending denial. The Planning Commission recommended that the applicant prepare a revised site plan depicting the outdoor display area, including the placement of planters as well as an example of the planter and planter material to be used. Staff has received a revised site plan, which is in your backup materials as well as on the overhead currently, that depicts the on-site test drive route. If approved, the following conditions as submitted to the clerk should be added. All test drives are to be conducted on-site within the area depicted on a revised site plan date stamped September 6, 2016. Condition number 2, round concrete planters 36-inch in diameter and 36 inches tall, set 15 feet apart, with chain hung between them, are to be placed along the perimeter of the outdoor display area as depicted within revised site plan date stamped September 6, 2016. And condition number 3, all motorized vehicles, parts, and accessories are to be stored within the building during non-business hours. Business hours are from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and 10 a.m. through 6 p.m. on Sunday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing comments on this item, please, or these items? Hearing and seeing none, I'm going to close this. And Councilman Barlow for Councilwoman.
Yes, Mayor. On item number 70, we're going to move for approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 70. Please vote and please post. Motion carries.
Okay.
Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Agenda item 71, WVR 64825, public hearing, applicant owner D.R. Horton, Inc. Possible action, a request for a waiver to allow no streetlights along Severance Lane, Elkhorn Road, and all interior streets where streetlights are required on 17.43 acres southeast corner, Severance Lane and Wallapai, R1, single-family residential zone. And this is Ward 6 with Mayor Pro Tem Ross. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. This public hearing, I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative back again?
Hello again.
Hi.
Madam Mayor, Council, Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant D.R. Horton. This project is located at Hualapai and Elkhorn. If I could show the aerial, there you can see it on Hualapai to the west, Elkhorn to the south. It's an already approved gated R1 community that D.R. Horton is making progress on. We're before you actually at the request of the neighbors. Part of the approval was that we put street lights in on all of the surrounding streets, and then we had internal lights as well. Some of the residents had requested that we come forward with a waiver to waive the requirement for street lights on Elkhorn, on Severance, and then on the internal development. And D.R. Horton is fine with that. Planning Commission recommended approval as well. We would ask for your approval. We will stub the lights out so that they're ready if they're needed at some point in time. But if we could defer that to a later date at the request of the residents, we'd very much appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Perigo?
Thank you, Your Honor. I've asked Mr. Lowenstein to make this presentation as well.
Scary.
Madam Mayor, staff has no objection to the waiver of the streetlights on the gated interior private streets. However, Elkhorn Road is a primary arterial and is planned to be an important east-west corridor in this part of the city of Las Vegas. Likewise, Severance Lane is a minor collector from the adjacent neighborhoods. As streetlights play a vital public safety role on public streets, their use is necessary, and therefore staff recommends denial of the request. If approved, a condition of approval would require the streetlights to be stubbed out along Severance Lane and Elkhorn Road for later use, or compensation for future streetlights be contributed to the city. And that's it. Thank you.
Are there no street lights from, whatever, Wallapai going west? Wallapai will have street lights, but on the south, going from whatever that is way over on the left. Egan? Egan Crest, all the way along Elkhorn, there are no lights?
No, there are lights. That's all finished.
That's all finished with lights, but this, they're asking no lights.
Well, this has no lights at the bottom. Is that what you're
Yes,
asking?
the south.
I'm sorry, Mayor. To the east, there are no lights. To the west, there are lights. And that's the Providence area with all complete streets.
Okay.
So this
That
is,
is correct.
and if I may, unless you want to open and close the public hearing first. Your call.
No, go ahead.
This is a sensitive area because of the rural nature of those homes to the east, and those are the folks that have asked for these two areas not to have streetlights. And it's significant for the city that the infrastructure is underground and those lights are stubbed. Because, Ms. Allen, I didn't realize, but I've got 20 protest cards
Yes.
from probably folks in Providence, maybe some of the folks in that neighborhood, thinking that, and a lot of the postcards had comments about, dark areas help create crime and the whole 9 yards. So, that being said, to those folks who did send in the postcards in protest, we understand it, we get it, we're going to put the infrastructure in, and I think when the time comes, we're going to be putting those lights in, because I think as time goes on, the nature of that rural area may be changing. It could be 5 years, could be 20 years, who knows? But at least that infrastructure will be in.
So you're stubbing out is all
Yes.
of it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, it is public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward and state your name. And thank you for coming down, or coming up, whatever you're doing.
Hello.
Hi.
My name's Kathleen Bruce. I live at 9880 Elkhorn Road.
Can you
And,
point to your property, where you live?
Right, I don't, can you, sorry. I live right here.
Okay.
And I kind of represent the neighbors that they were talking about, because we live in this R&P area, and we don't have any streetlights now. And we would like to thank D.R. Horton and Mayor Pro Tem Ross for working with us, because we feel that we came to a compromise. We have the lights on Wallapai, and we realize the other ones are going to be stubbed out. But for us, this is a big issue. Especially these homes are a little bit higher than our homes, and the light's going to be shining into our yards. So we know they're going to be stubbed out. We're just trying to maybe keep it rural a little bit longer. So we would urge you to approve the request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comment, don't go too fast, because Councilman Coffin has a
Yeah,
question.
it is kind of directed to you. I also looked at the record and realized it's a heck of a spot to be in when so many people do protest about streetlights, because apparently on the other side here of Wallapai, they're feeling crime. I don't know if it's happening or they're just reading about it and feeling it, maybe it's in their neighborhood, but they're worried about this. But I don't know if you've been following what we've been doing with streetlights here in town the last few years. We are eliminating we have virtually eliminated all the old light polluting, was it phosphorus lights we were using?
Yes, high-pressure sodium and a couple other, but mostly
Okay, so
metal
the
halides.
point is we've gone to LED, and they're directional, and we have had to tweak them with various aiming devices using different lenses in the glass. What we have found out, we've improved them. We're on the second iteration or generation of that. So in essence, light pollution has been reduced greatly to the
Well,
sides.
I understand what you're saying, but
And I'm going to almost finish here and say that I certainly support your worry, and I certainly am going to support the motion because it is important, and it's protecting you. I don't want you to get concerned about my opinion, but it has really drastically changed in the last
Well,
10 years.
I know what you're saying, because I have them on the Mormon church, which is right next door to my house. But even though they shine down, it still is, it's still light there where we didn't used to have light before. And, I've lived there for 15 years, and, we've never had street lights, and we don't seem to have a problem. We have our own yard lights, or we have what's
Do
necessary.
you know, if I may, do you know if they have LEDs or just high-power lights that are?
They have
maybe they're
lights that
aimed-
shine
Maybe they're
down.
aimed down. They're aimed down, but I'm talking about better than that, too.
That I don't know. That church was, I'm not certain how long ago the church was built, maybe 5 years ago, 5
Well,
or
it
6
could be
years
the
ago.
church could do a little change out of its lights and save a lot on the electrical bill,
Mhm.
because they only cost about 20% to run.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
versus
I
these
don't know. I mean,
high-pressure
it
sodium.
would be nice because it's right in the neighborhood, but.
Take the word back to mistake.
Councilman Ross has the responsibility for the communication on that item anyway. So it's not my word. I'm going to support the
But
councilman.
I appreciate him working with us, because this is really a big issue with
Well,
us.
anybody in a rural area should know and think about this, because if they're watching this or hear about this, we have really gone a long way to improving the light pollution. And so.
Well, we're hoping if they ever do put the lights on Elkhorn, we could get something like that, or, more.
You will if they ever put lights there.
Okay,
Thank you,
you.
Councilman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? close public hearing and turn it over to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of Agenda Item 71.
Okay, there's a motion to approve on Agenda Item 71. Please vote and please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, Agenda Item 72, ROC 66135, public hearing, applicant owner Kim J. Leclerc for possible action on a request for review of condition of an approved special use permit SUP 61047 to consider the number of horses allowed on the property pursuant to conditions 1 and 4 at 5525 West Rome Boulevard, RE Residence Estates Zone, Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the representative here with us again?
Yes,
And
hello.
hello, and your name, please.
Kim Leclerc.
Thank you very much. Mr. Paragon,
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lowenstein will make this report.
Mr. Lowenstein.
Madam Mayor, this item is a request for the council to reconsider the number of horses allowed on the property. Currently, the conditions of approval for the special use permit approved on June 15th of 2016 allow for a maximum of 10 horses, 1 alpaca, and 8 goats. Since the approval of the special use permit and associated variance, the applicant has yet to come into full compliance with all the associated conditions of approval. Staff recommends denial of any increase of the number of animals on the subject site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall we have public hearing first?
Yeah.
Okay, public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this, please come forward and state your name, and then I'll turn it back to you, and then we'll go to Councilman Ross.
Chuck Williams, 6550 North Helen. And as far as I can see, I made a deal with her last time so she'd keep 10 horses there. And from what I've seen happen, and she was supposed to talk to the neighbors about trying to get more horses. Not a word. She never even tried to talk to me. I mean, even her buddy over there, Steve, come over and talk to me about having some more chickens. Fine, that's good. I said, but how come Kim don't come over and talk to me? Oh, she's going to come over and talk to you, but she doesn't communicate with anybody. And so I'm going to withdraw my deal to have 10 horses and make her go back to 7. Because, if she did get rid of her horses, at the change of the time, she got them out the next day, which was great. But then she stopped. I mean, the front, everything else is still yay deep and, whatever, So anyway, that's my piece to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, please come forward, state your name. Oh, excuse me, if you come back, sir, because Councilman Anthony has a question specifically.
Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
So do you live across the street west of Miss
Directly
Leclerc?
across the street, yes. Our houses face each other.
Okay. I tell you, I mean, if I lived over there, I don't know if I'd come over and talk to you either, because when I came out to visit this lady, just to see her property.
Oh, I remember you now.
Yeah, you remember me? Yeah, you came
Yeah.
out and tried to intimidate me and tell me
No,
I
I
parked
did not,
illegally.
sir. I
and-
just said
Hold on,
you-
let me finish.
Okay,
You took a bunch of
excuse me.
pictures of my car and my truck and my staff, and it was really, I tell you, I was not impressed. I mean, you really came out and made me feel like I needed to leave, that I couldn't come out and visit this person. And if I was her, I wouldn't talk to you either, because you're not a very nice person. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I wonder if you brought those pictures of my truck, because
No, I
I
got
would
my
like to
deal
let
there.
everybody know that I didn't park okay
I
out
mean,
there.
I called down, you got to go down this city and get a deal, put up no parking signs and all that. But I wasn't rude, I just asked you to park there, and I explained the situation to you from her previous encounters with her, is what I was trying to explain to you. And generally when somebody comes over and visits somebody, you park at their house, you don't park across the street. I mean, but you come in this direction here, which is kind of pretty simple. But,
I appreciate that, but you
but I wasn't
you were
trying
very
to be
rude.
belligerent or nothing, is what I'm
I'm
trying
not
to
going to
say.
argue with you, but I would not be dealing with you either if I was her. I wouldn't even talk.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Anyone else here? Please come forward, state your name.
My name is Paula Hutchison. I live at 5704 Anno Drive, which is about an acre and a half to the north and to the west of the property. And I think it's afternoon now, so good morning, Mayor Goodman and Councilman. Thank you for permitting us to speak. While I acknowledge Ms. Leclerc's right to request the ROC, it frankly astounded me. I didn't at first understand what was going on because we were supposed to have a hearing the middle of August on the 16th to see if she had come into compliance, and that didn't happen. And at that time, just shortly thereafter, then we got the cards that said that there was an ROC that had delayed that meeting. It's good to hear that that she has not come into compliance as of evidently August the 16th or now. Over the past year, I think that this council and its affiliated departments, Ms. Leclerc, her neighbors, have all invested a great deal of time, dollars, energy, effort to arrive at a mutually agreeable way for Ms. Leclerc to operate a business within our neighborhood. During the past week, I knocked on doors of the neighbors. No one could say that she had reached out to them to explain as to why she was requesting more horses or goats with the ROC. She has not made, to my knowledge, or to the people that I was able to contact in the neighborhood, any effort to make good, and that's a quote from the recommendation from the councilpersons, Councilman Ross, to make good with the neighbors. Casual observation has demonstrated that indeed the horses no longer live in your front yard, and we appreciate that, Ms. Leclerc. There does not seem to be any change in the manure management on her property. I appreciate knowing that she has not come into compliance with regard to the number of horses. I wonder also about the building permits. Have they been accomplished, or any written documentation permitting her to use her single-use residential well and septic for her customers? For someone who has, by her own statement, needs to get back to offering her classes so that she has money to live on, this seems very odd to me, and it simply further delays the reopening of her business, which we indeed supported in a fashion, in compliance with the zoning rules as well. I appreciate my opportunity to speak. I do have some of the cards. I faxed them. I don't have the opportunity to get confirmation that the fax was received, but these are all in opposition, and I'd like to submit them.
You can give them to the clerk up front here, please. Yes, Councilman Coffin has a question. If you hold 1 second.
Ma'am, come back, thank you, please. In fact, I would have asked the other gentleman the same question, but maybe if you answer the same as he would, it probably doesn't make any difference. But it's new to me as a city boy, and so I know that, you got to live with this, and in some cases, rural has been surrounded by urban, and there's not much you can do about it. But are there any, the animals, it's quite a barnyard, are there any other species there that are a big problem? I mean, the horses have raised all the attention. Yeah.
You're speaking to her property?
Yes, because you have to live next to it or near it, and so I'm just curious.
I don't care that there's an alpaca there. I don't care that there are chickens there. And I have a horse. I have had up to 3 horses on my property, which is ballpark equivalent size. I have a single-use well. I have a septic tank.
How about the bacon that's on the property?
The pigs?
The pigs, are they okay? I mean, do they make a lot of noise?
I know they can. They can scream like they're being massacred, just in trying to corral them. But I'm not offended by her pigs. I appreciate that in the past it's been mentioned that she's out of compliance with having the potbelly pigs. It takes a permit, and she has more than she's allocated, or at least as previously mentioned. But,
okay. I'm learning more about these various species lately from, information that comes in, and it's helpful stuff. For example, that pigs, they're sociable animals. They can't talk to horses, but they can talk to each other, and I'm sympathetic to the fact that maybe pairs of pigs are good,
Mayor?
As opposed to one.
Councilman,
it's all this stuff.
We're just talking about horses today.
Well, okay, all right. I don't want to, well, yeah, it's a global solution, It's kind of like a third world country over there. I'm just happy that you're making the councilman happy, and the neighbors, they're not all happy, but they must be edging that way the farther you go. So, okay, I had that terrible question about bacon. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I couldn't resist.
we have never, been opposed to the notion of her being able to offer lessons, and to have people who need to have some opportunity to bond with an animal that might not be as threatening as trying to bond with another human being because of the stress factors that they may have experienced in the past. Our issue has been that this was sort of the cart before the horse, that she did all these things without proper permitting. She got way over what she's been zoned for, and seems to still have an issue with coming into compliance with any of the previously agreed upon things that just make us feel that, you know, how can we go forward thinking that we're going to make progress here? So I thank
you for coming down. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to address council, please come forward and state your name.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Robert Conley. As far as the manure and stuff, I don't know what house this lady's passing, but I take care of it. It's cleaned twice a day, probably cleaner than a lot of people's houses. And I make sure it's in the dumpsters. Everything's cleaned every day. All the water buckets are scrubbed. We don't have pigs anymore. The pigs are gone. We just had some people out from code enforcement. Looked at the place, said it looked like $1 million. It's clean. The stalls are all clean. There's 10 horses there, and that's all that's there. There's 8 goats there and a few chickens, you know, and the place is clean, but I clean the stalls twice a day. Bella and I do, so I know they're clean. I've been by some of these people's houses too, and I wouldn't be talking about what it looks like, you know. But that's untrue about the manure, because we keep it clean all the time. And I think that this lady is being persecuted. I'll tell you what, everybody else in the neighborhood has junk and stuff everywhere, but not, she's the one that gets picked on. And I know she's the one that's up here, okay? But we need to have a little leniency too to try to help. That's a rural area. It needs to stay that way. But what's happening here is they're going to be selling houses off and having builders come in and build homes. There goes your rural area. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to comment, please come forward and state your name.
Hi again, my name is Mike Bingham. I live on 5655 Bellow Avenue. I'm a little emotional because I just feel like the horses are not cared for. I've had horses my entire life. I've been a member of the National Host Owner Association for years, and I looked up, the average stall is 12 by 12. Hers are nowhere near that for her horses. And what I really don't understand is we've been here before and before and before, and last time Commissioner Ross says, you know, you haven't been truthful to me, you haven't done this, you haven't done that, and he was very upset, and then all of a sudden they're allowed to go over here in the corner and talk and beg, and she cries and cries, and it was said at that time, let's do it with this. You have 10 horses. If you bring everything into compliance and you can apply again, I don't have any money, I don't have any money. How do you feed 25 horses? I know what my horse bill is, and I know what hay cost. And I am here about the animals. And I just think it's time to draw close to this and listen to the rest of the neighborhood. And totally off of the record, or I mean, out of line with this, we've been praying for you and your family. So, thank you.
Nice. Anyone else? I'm going to close public hearing and turn it over to you, Councilman Ross.
Mr. Bingham, you made my day. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Staff, I don't see Ms. Ozuna here, so I'm going to rely on you guys over there. There was a, and through the mayor, Ms. Leclerc, there was a list of things I'm looking at in the staff report that was prepared just this morning, apparently, for us to look at. Mr. Pergo, Mr. Lowenstein, do you know what items have not been complete? Because I see some items that have been complete, and we'll talk about your issues in a minute, too, with folks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards variance 61046, a number of the conditions have been complied with. Outstanding condition number 4, plans were submitted. A permit is pending, but was denied because there were no electrical calculations. My understanding is those were to be filed by the end of the day, yesterday or today, and I don't know if we have those or not. And then condition number 10, the The requirement to connect to city sewer is still outstanding, and there are some concerns with this is somehow related to the Las Vegas Water Authority and the concerns over the amount of water being drawn at the well, and as well as the health district with issuing a permit for the septic. So those are the two conditions that are still outstanding. A lot of the issues with the structures that were requested to be taken down where the variance was denied, a lot of that work has been completed.
Thank you, Mr. Perigo. Again, through the mayor. Ms. Leclerc, I'm less disappointed with the things that aren't done, and I'm seeing August 16th deadlines that you obviously didn't meet. I think it would be appropriate for you to at least tell the mayor and council, why haven't you finished this? Then we'll talk about some other issues.
The barn required structurally engineered plans. When I went to the city, I did not know that. When we got the barn, it came with literally an instruction booklet. So I had to have structurally engineered plans drawn, which cost $2,000. I had to raise the money to get those plans drawn. We did that. The plans were submitted. Everything was approved with the exception of the electrical load calculation form, which that was submitted yesterday. Again, I had to have an electrician do that, so it's more money that I didn't have. So all of that is in. We're just waiting to hear back, I guess, from review on the electric load calculations, and then I start calling for inspection with the city inspectors. So that's taken care of. As far as the city hookup to the septic, they would give me a letter provided that I go to the water authority and get a letter from them stating that giving lessons on horseback is conducive with my well. In order for them to provide me a letter, it would A, have to hook up to city water, or B, purchase 1 acre-foot water rights, which you buy those privately if they're available, and those are upwards of $20,000. So I don't have the money to do either of those. Hooking up to city sewer, my septic has worked wonderfully for, well, since the home was built in '74, and I don't quite understand what giving lessons has to do with my septic tank, because my people don't use they don't shower there, they don't go to the bathroom there, they're outside. So unfortunately, without having the ability to do those two things, I can't get my business license. I'm not going to be able to run my business.
Again, through the mayor, Ms. Leclerc, thank you very much. One of my old neighbors likewise had the same issue, who I tried to help feverishly to overcome that obstacle, and she couldn't do it either. And it's heartbreaking, and I didn't even think about that as you started this process. Because I know you've come out of pocket with a boatload of money, you've done some improvements to the property, the pictures look great. I know code enforcement, Vicki's been having her team come out there and look at it. I'm looking at your letter to her right now in regards to these things, why they haven't been completed. I'm a little concerned. I'm less disappointed with this as I am with your relationship with your neighbors. That was the most important thing for you through this process, is to get along with your neighbors. I expected them all here, when I saw them walk in, that they'd be saying, yeah, we're here, we're good, or they wouldn't show up at all, but that's not the case. And that's my bigger concern, and I can't support what you're doing until your neighbors can. You know that.
So these neighbors, with the exception of Mr. Williams, they don't even live by me.
I know where they
don't
live.
even think that the gentleman that lives on Mellow is within the 1,000-foot
I know where he lives
radius.
on Mellow, and I know where she lives on Anno.
I know, well, yeah.
And Mr.
She
Williams,
lives on
you're
Anno,
probably
but the
never
other
going to make
gentleman's
happy.
on
You're probably
Mellow.
never going to make him happy. You're probably never going to make him happy.
No,
Even if,
I've been a lifelong member of the Paint Horse Association. I know how to care for animals. I have cared for animals my whole life. My animals are all in great shape. I do not have one stall on my property that's 12 by 12. My smallest stall is 12 by 16. My largest stall, which I have many of those, are 24 by 24, 14 by 24. They're all over the size with 50% shade. my animals are all extremely well cared for. I mean, you can see this stall right here that's showing, that's 24 foot long by 12 foot wide. They're all like that on that back line. Some of them, like I said, are 24 by 24, 16 by 24. They're all large stalls. The manure is managed. You can see there's no manure in my stalls. Code enforcement has noted that. The property is not offensive. There's no offensive odors. The manure is managed. They've posted that in their observation on the 16th when they drove by, unannounced. You can see my dumpster it's used twice a week. It's completely filled and dumped twice a week with household trash, as well as the manure from the stalls. I don't know what else to do. I'm only asking for 12, that we had agreed to come back for the review for. I'm not asking for any more than that. At the most I've ever had on that property, it was 19. 15 was always, as I've said before, my magic number. I know that that's not conducive with what the neighbors want, but I haven't meddled in my neighbors' affairs. And I have never even met these neighbors aside from Chuck, which he's blatantly thrown me off his property. So I have been a little apprehensive to go over and make nice with Chuck. I mean, he's threatened to have the police called on me for what reasons, I don't know.
Okay. All right, if I may, Mayor, and with your permission,
I do have a postcard here from my next door neighbor that came back to him in the mail that he wanted me to submit today, and he said he was also calling this morning. I don't know if he got through.
Is it
And
in
then I
support?
also have the receipts showing payment for the barn permit.
Is that oppose or support?
It's a support.
And that's the guy that lives just next to you?
Just next door. And then all my other neighbors all are in support.
And that's the fellow that came in to visit me a long time ago?
Yes,
Okay.
Scotty Flynn.
Thank you. And you have, what else do you have?
This is the receipts that show that the permit has been paid for. Lois Tarkanian helped substantially with that, and I'm sad that she's not here today. I did send her an email thanking her from the bottom of my heart and what it meant to me. I need this, though. I don't know if you could copy it. Okay.
Okay, if I might, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Anthony has comment, please. Councilman Anthony?
Thank you, Mayor. Since the last city council meeting, like I said, I went out and met you, and I just wanted to see your property and see that area because I'd never been out there before. So you have a very nice piece of property. It was in very good shape compared to some of the other properties up there. It was very nice. I mean, there were chickens and horses and stuff everywhere up there, and I'm not disparaging that. It's just the way the neighborhood looks, and that's how people want to live, and that's fine. But your property was in very good shape. And I have had a couple of people that I know contact me on your behalf. I guess the question today is you're asking for 2 more horses.
Yes, at the last meeting.
Yeah, and I have not heard any reason why you should not have 2 more horses. I mean, 10 horses or 12 horses is going to have absolutely no difference on your piece of property. It's fairly large. So that's the agenda item today. You're asking for 2 more horses. That's going to help you out. I believe that's the case, so I'm going to support granting you 2 more horses whenever the motion comes up.
Thank you, Councilman Anthony.
With your permission, Mayor? Did you want to add to that, Councilman? No? Mr. Pergo, read the conditions 1 and 4 again for me, please, or Mr. Lowenstein, when you can find it faster than I can.
Are you referring to, Mayor Pro Tem, are you referring to conditions 1 and 4?
Well, I'm reading the agenda item.
On this SUP?
Yeah, reconsider the number of horses allowed on the property pursuant to conditions of number 1 and number 4.
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor. Condition number 1 is a review of conditions shall be heard at the August 17, 2016 City Council meeting, at which time the number of horses allowed on the property can be reconsidered. The applicant shall be responsible for application and notification costs associated with the review of condition. And number 4 is the animal keeping and husbandry use shall be limited to a maximum of 10 horses, 1 alpaca, and 8 goats. The applicant should have 60 days to bring the number of horses into conformance with this condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And through the mayor, folks, I can't disagree with Councilman Anthony. I don't have a problem with her having 12 horses as opposed to 10 horses. None of you, Mr. Bingham, with all due respect as well, we don't have control over the health of those animals. That's not what this body does, and that's certainly not what is agended. We have seen some improvements. She's not finished doing the improvements. It's not gonna get there. She's trying to do the best she can. Your ability to communicate with your neighbors probably could improve. That's what I'm most disappointed with.
I am disappointed with it as well, and like I said, it's when you hit brick wall after brick wall after brick wall,
I know. And I know that's what you've
you
been
feel
going
a
through. I've
concussion.
sensed your frustration through the airwaves, so trust me, I sense your frustration. I'd like, I don't know how we do this. If we approve the 12 horses, what's next?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it would basically be a motion to amend condition 4 to increase the number of horses from 10 to 12. The rest of the condition would remain the same. Her next steps would be, if she's venturing for a commercial business on that site, is to still comply with all the other conditions of approval, which include the sewer connection, unless that letter from the health district says that the septic is feasible.
Is it not at all possible to get that condition waived?
We cannot. That's what stopped my neighbor as well, and she had 5 acres compared to what you've got. And she was doing a great service to the community and teaching teenagers how to rope and ride and do the whole 9 yards, and it stopped her dead in her tracks too. There was nothing I could do to help her.
Being on a septic tank.
Septic tank, and that's all they required. Her water was fine, but it was, I think, the health district requiring the septic
Yeah, in
commercial
order for
septic
the
system.
health district,
Yeah,
that's a
that's your
septic,
biggest,
right?
that's your bigger problem
In
than
order for
10 to 12
them,
horses.
the water, yeah, they would give me the letter, provided I got a letter from the water
Well,
authority.
if you think you've got that worked out, I honestly, folks, I don't want to disappoint you, but we're just talking about how many horses here. I don't have a problem giving you the 12 horses and amending that condition, and we'll go from there. So my motion would be to amend that condition to read as 12 horses instead of 10.
And that's the only reason this is in review right now?
That is, well, and the condition number 1 obviously didn't take place, so. we're-
Correct, that's a mute point at this.
We're just
notion.
dealing with condition number
Okay.
4.
Your Honor,
Yes, please.
I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you, Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Ross. But in the course of this debate, I was very disappointed to hear Councilman Coffin drag pigs through the mud by calling them pork. I think that's extremely callous. I'd like to figure out if we can get to the root of Coffin's problem. The motions are all penned up, or something's wrong down at the other end.
Noted, Mayor. Noted, Councilman. Through the mayor.
Oh, my. You're back at it. Okay, there's a motion. All right.
Well, let's vote on the motion, but I want to make it clear, Ms. Claire, you're not out of the woods yet, and you know code enforcement's going to be continuing to watch, and maybe that's gives you some solace as neighbors, what you're doing out there. They're certainly going to be paying attention to what's going on, and any violations take place, you know you're going to be probably turned in.
Right.
But I'm trying to get you that next place in this long process, and then you're not done, and you know that. So that would be my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve
Your Honor.
on, yes.
Serious this time.
please. I
Mr.
don't
Claire,
trust
if you'll
you
reach
anymore.
out to me, I'm one of the 2 city representatives on the health district. I'd like to get a better understanding on exactly how this chicken and the egg problem is working and see if I can help from the health district side.
I
So if you'll
appreciate
reach out
that.
to me,
Thank you, Councilman Beers.
All right, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. The property from your photos looks phenomenal. Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
So just know you're under the microscope, of course, and we want to make sure that the neighborhood is appreciative that you're running just everything great. So keep going with it. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you all. Have a good
Good
afternoon.
luck. Okay, we are now setting the date. Goodness, no lunch, that's why. I instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from city planning commission meetings and dangerous building nuisance litter abatements.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we're to citizen participation number 2. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the council unless that subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Okay, hearing and seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item 75, and that is council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the council unless the subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. Councilman Coffin, we'll start with you today.
Your Honor, I'd like to add absolutely very little to this discussion in order to that people might go eat their lunch. I just wanted to say that it's nice to be here. Summer's almost over, and soon my dress code will change, and I will be wearing a tie voluntarily. Until that time, I have nothing further to add to this discussion.
Well, I thought you looked sort of cute in your gold tie today.
Thank you. And
when you had it on.
Your Honor, this came to the attention of my wife this morning. The question became, well, if summer rules applied, I really shouldn't have had to even get cleaner for this meeting. Then she appealed to me and said, you have to sit next to Councilman Barlow, so do it for Ricky. So I did prepare, and I did do the best I could to clean up.
That's, it's one for the Gipper. Okay, go, Mr. GQ.
Mayor, I must say that...
And you looked great in the sunglasses.
Thank you so very much.
I particularly like that.
I must say that water does amazing things because Councilman Coffin does smell well, so thank you so very much to Mary for making sure that he cleaned up today. So there you go, Councilman. On behalf of Ward 1, Mayor, in the absence of our colleague, Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian, she has a number of announcements that she would like the Ward 1 residents to know. And number one being the Southwest Medical Community Open House is taking place on September 10th, Saturday, September 10th at 10 a.m. At their new facility, 4750 West Oakey Boulevard on the northeast corner of Oakey and Decatur. The Southwest Medical has a new state-of-the-art facility offering a full spectrum of primary and specialty care under one roof. So residents will be able to tour the health center, view the new Medicine on the Move Mobile Medical Center, and take part in a variety of other activities. So please come out Saturday, September 10th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Secondly, Movie in the Park in Ward 1. The Ward 1 Council Office invites residents to a movie in Pioneer Park on Friday, September 30th at 7 p.m. The family-friendly movie will be the 2016 version of the Walt Disney The Jungle Book, which is rated PG. There will be food trucks on site, so residents, please bring your blankets, low-profile chairs to view the movie. For more information, please contact the Councilwoman's office at 229-6405. And lastly, in Ward 1, they will be hosting a shredding event taking place on Saturday, October 8th from 8 a.m. to 12 noon behind Opportunity Village, located at 6300 West Oakey Boulevard. There is a limit of 5 boxes or bags that the community can bring of documents per vehicle. So for more information, please contact the Councilwoman's office at 229-6405. The event is a great way to securely dispose of your documents. So that is the Ward 1 update. Would you like for me to continue?
Yes, and I think Councilman Beers is counting on you going for some time, because I could really be nasty and call upon him. He's in back.
Well, he's not listening anyway.
No, he has another ear. I can see it. So go ahead, please.
Yes, he's not listening. Taking place in Ward 5, events hosted in Ward 5. We're going to start with Project Neon. This is something that I want to make sure that we keep in the front of everyone's mind, specifically as we all commute, because all roads lead to downtown, as we've stated before. Project Neon is a major overhauling of our highway system, which is going to be a beautiful expansion. And so as roadways and bridges close, I think it's important that we notify the residents around the valley as far as what those closures are going to be. And so the first closure has already taken place And this first ramp closure is at Martin Luther King and US 95 northbound. It was closed on yesterday at 4 a.m. and will remain closed for approximately 90 days. So don't think about entering Martin Luther King and US 95 for the next 90 days, traveling south on US 95. The work schedule is subject to change, and weather conditions also could affect that change as far as when it will be reopened. So if you want to continue to follow the ramp closures and the expansion of Project Neon, please log on to n.projectneon.com for the latest information. September 7th, Friday Night Fever. On Friday, September 7th, First Friday begins in downtown Las Vegas. The theme is Friday Night Fever, so come dressed in your 70s outfit. The event will feature a farmer's market, dance party, artists, food, and lots of fun. So please log on to firstfridaylasvegas.com for more information. September 8th, Coffee with the Councilman. Please join me on August 8th for the next Coffee with the Councilman at Starbucks, located at 1925 North Martin Luther King.
That's tomorrow, Councilman.
That is tomorrow. That is tomorrow.
Yes.
Wow. I said August, September. My apologies. September 8th for the next Coffee with the Councilman from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. So please come out to Starbucks, 1925 North Martin Luther King. September 8th, the West Las Vegas Arts Center. Fall registration begins. All ages are available from September 8th through October 26th for 6-week sessions of classes beginning on October 26th through December 10th at the West Las Vegas Arts Center. For more information, please log on to artslasvegas.org or call 229-4800 for the cultural arts classes offered in yoga, Kemetic yoga for children, African dance for teens, adults, African drum, and ballet. So feel free to call 229-4800. And of course, Mayor and Council, I would be remiss if I didn't mention and thank you all for attending and supporting the Westside School rededication ceremony. A special thanks to Senator Reed, Mayor Goodman, Betsy Fretwell, city staff for your participation in the West Side School rededication ceremony, which took place on Saturday, August 27th. This was a beautiful community event, and I would like to especially thank Christy Garnis, who is a wonderful, wonderful staffer that we have at the City of Las Vegas, for a marvelous job that she does on all of our events throughout the City of Las Vegas. So thank you all so very much for your support. And of course, you may follow me on all the social media platforms that there are out there. I think Councilman Ross has me beat in relation to having more footprints in social media. So I have some catching up to do, Ross.
You'll make it.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Lady out there, thank you very much. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. First, we'll start with Family Zumba and Mixed Fit. We should have a flyer for that. Join me at the YMCA in Ward 4 at Durango Hills YMCA at Durango and Gowan for Family Zumba Mixed Fit Dance Party, September 16th from 6 to 8. If you want to be one of those people in the picture doing whatever the heck they're doing, then please come out and join us from ages 8 all the way up.
Good
and
exercise.
You get in shape. Is that what that is, exercising? Okay. So it's going to be a lot of fun. The YMCA does a great job, so please come out on that date. And to continue my vacation in the beautiful island of Greek Cyprus, we have the Greek Food Festival coming up. Oh, September 16th, 17th, 18th. The festival starts off with a charity torch relay race, which is a relay marathon to honor the Greek tradition of the Olympics. We're honoring our law enforcement officers during that run, and also during the festival. All law enforcement officers get into the Greek Food Festival for free, and any donations for the charity torch relay go to the Fisher House and Goodwill. And if we could put the next flyer up that talks about the Greek Food Festival. Is there another one? That's the only one? Okay. There is another one, but it's, so the food festival is Friday, September 16th, Saturday, September 17th, Sunday, September 18th, 3 to 11 on Friday, noon to 11 on Saturday, noon to 10 On Sunday, it will be held at St. John's, the Baptist Greek Orthodox Church at El Camino and Hacienda. We'll have live music, food, pastries. You can tour the Great Byzantine Church. We'll have folk dance performances. You can dance Greek with me if you want to take a shot at that. Parking's free. And we are raffling off a 2017 Mercedes for a $100 ticket. It's a $38,000 value, so $100 and get you a brand new Mercedes. So come out and be Greek for the day, 16th, 17th, 18th in the evening of September. Thank you.
Wow, sounds good. Okay, Councilman Beers.
One year we had an English food festival. It was all you could eat boiled potatoes and no one came. Not a single person came. Usually we talk about stuff happening in Ward 2, but there's kind of a special event going this weekend. I've got a friend on the North Las Vegas City Council, Richard Churchio, who serves with me on the Health District Board, and he is sponsoring this out with North Las Vegas. It is going to be Nellis Creech Military and Veterans Appreciation Day this weekend. This will be Saturday from 11 to 5:30 at that big new regional park they've got out there, Craig Ranch Regional Park, on Craig Road, not far from Interstate 15. Free lunch, live music, vendors, food trucks, all kinds of exciting stuff going on. I guess you can read that for yourself on the flyer. Bring chairs, or you're going to sit on the ground, and should be a good time. Everybody come on out. We'll be out there midday for a stretch. We're going to do Beers with Beers next on Thursday, September 15th, 8 days hence from 5:30 to 7:30. We'll be out at Lola's in Summerlin. Careful, not the Lola's downtown, but the Lola's in Summerlin. The food is just exactly as good. 1220 North Town Center Drive at the corner of Covington Cross on Town Center, just south of Summerlin Parkway. On this day in music history, Charles Hardin Holly, who was 80 years ago, was born. We know him as Buddy Holly. There's actually a misspelling on his first record contract with Buddy, and he decided to leave it that way. Would have been 80 years old today. 40 years ago, Paul McCartney did a big 40th birthday party with his inauguration of Buddy Holly Week in Great Britain. And that's all we have, Your Honor.
Boy, that's hard to believe, 80 years old. Where's it go? Okay, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem, go.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. And I just want to point out that Councilman Anthony did say, join me for the family Zumba. So I expect video and photographs.
I don't know if I meant that.
Had a wonderful time at Betsy Rhodes Elementary School, providing them with some much-needed school supplies for this upcoming year, and they're going to share those with some other schools around the neighborhood as well. So good to see those folks, and love their participation. And that's a great movie, Councilman Barlow, that the great movie you're having in Jungle Book. Yeah, we just watched that the other night, my wife and I did.
Mowbray.
Speaking of movies, we are having our next movie in the park September 9th. That is this Friday. It is Tomorrowland, which will be a lot of fun. It's at the Centennial Hills Amphitheater, so bring chairs as well. You will be sitting on the ground, as Councilman Beers had indicated at the North Las Vegas Park. Anyway, it is free for your families. Come on out. I think it's going to be the last movie in the park for. No, we got one more. We got one more movie before the season is over and kids are in full throttle school and activities. Also coming up on September 16th is our Family Pickleball and Activity Night. It is also free from 4 to 8. It will be at the Centennial Hills Community Center, so I will be there. Kelly and I will both be there learning how to play pickleball. So and anyone of the council members who want to come join, please do. It is also free, so come on down 6601 North Buffalo Drive. You're going to be eating Greek food. I'll be there after this. And unfortunately, we still, well, it is unfortunate, but fortunately, we still have our continuing partnership with the Nevada Child Seekers. We do have a missing young lady. Her name is Amanda Fetter. She is 13 years old, 5'5", about 136 pounds. Brown hair, last seen around Pecos and Bonanza. We do not know what she was wearing. She may be carrying a backpack with some personal belongings. Please, let's get this young lady back where she can be taken care of. Family, friends, if you know where she is, please contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, 702-828-3111, or directly to Nevada Child Seekers, 702-458-7009. They always do a great job. And of course, if you need to find me, I'm really hard to find. You can, LasVegasNevada.gov, our brand new website looks spectacular. You can email me or use the old-fashioned way, 702-229-6154. Also on Facebook and Twitter. I know Councilman Barlow is working hard to catch up to me on social media. He will get there one day. Thank you, Mayor.
No, you're always changing too, and that's an easy read. I like simple, just like bullets or color. Look at that. And I know who's the backbone.
Yes, you do.
I do. I know the facts.
Yes.
So he's just got to make sure he stays with you. But anyway, it's just, in pickleball, you know that the Plaza Hotel up on their pool deck, now, since they have 16 courts for pickleball.
At the Plaza.
At the Plaza, so not to give them an extra bump, but it's pretty good if you really want to know. It's like, for those of us who are a bit older, it's like deck tennis. It's a foreshortened
But that's
tennis.
interesting that they're
But it's
going for
great.
that demographic.
No, because they've already got competitions.
Oh, they're doing
national
oh, that's
competition.
awesome.
So starting in Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony, where you can go practice, then we can come to your ward, then downtown.
Downtown and compete.
So Zumba helps. Zumba helps get you in shape. Anyway, he looks so healthy. I mean, it's just wonderful, but I know he ate also. Anyway, tomorrow, September 8th, is our Mayor's Faith Initiative team and Foundation for Recovery, which is hosting a community addiction and recovery summit and seminar. The workshop will be held right here at City Council Chambers, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., sharing ideas, insights, hopes, and the building of new efforts to reach more of our community suffering from addiction. Time is now, and obviously critical, that we work together to curtail this mushrooming epidemic and get a hold of it and prevent it in the future as well. Many new ways is what we're looking for, new ways of intervention and prevention. Get ready for exciting hockey season in Las Vegas while final preparations are being made for the debut of our new NHL team. Our own Rebels, UNLV Rebels, are hitting the ice this fall. Yours truly will be dropping the puck, I didn't know this, at the Rebel game on Saturday, September 17th at the Las Vegas Ice Center at 4 p.m. Wear your Rebel red and bring the family out for an afternoon of fun and excitement. Our next City Council meeting will be held Wednesday, September 21st, which would be my father's 107th birthday. Oh, my goodness. You don't forget relatives' birthdays. 107. I don't think he'd look too good at 107. But anyway, beginning at 9 a.m. in Council Chambers, and just wish you all well and be thankful every day. Carpe diem, seize the day and make the most of it, but take care of other people. We are so lucky we're here and we're free, and we got a lot to do. So our next council meeting, as I mentioned, 9 o'clock on the 21st, and until then, staff and tech and everybody that's behind everybody that makes everything so good here at City Hall, thank you all. Our staff in particular, we take a lot of kudos for things that we know you do, and we love it. So good luck. Take care. Thank you.